Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. If you are in the room, I'd like you to take your seats, please. If you're in the room, could you take your seats, please? Sir, excuse me, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you again, please, if you're in the room, could you take your seats, please?
Over 140 cameras, 24 hours, 7 days a week, as well as a central fire system, which controls our fire sprinklers, our emergency elevator recall, and our pressurized emergency stairway. Our team are also certified and trained in our usage of fire extinguishers, as well as first aid and CPR responders. The nearest hospital is located approximately 5 minutes away. In the event of an emergency, please do not panic and do not use the elevators. Use the nearest emergency exits, which can be identified by exit signs illuminated in green. And then proceed to the emergency stairway to exit the building. While here, please feel free to reach out to any representative or associate for assistance needed so you can have a safe and memorable event. Thank you and have a good day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of the President of Ghana. You can remain standing, please. Other hands will follow. The President of Suriname, the Prime Minister of Barbados, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Accompanied by the First Lady of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Mrs. Aria Ali. May be seated. Before we start this morning's proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to turn off your cell phones or switch to silent or vibrate mode. His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, First Lady, Her Excellency Maria Ali, His Excellency Nana Adolwanta Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santoki, President of the Republic of Suriname, Her Excellency Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, Honorable Brigadier Retired Mark Phillips, Prime Minister of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Honorable Dr. Barrett Jacquio, Vice President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Madam Chancellor of the Judiciary, Mr. Speaker, National Assembly, members of the Cabinet of Guyana, visiting ministers of government, Mr. Darren Woods, Chief Executive Officer of ExxonMobil, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Mr. Anthony White, Chairman of the International Energy Conference at Expo Incorporated, all of the sponsors of this week's Energy Conference, speakers and panelists with us this week, delegates to the conference, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the media. A very good morning to you. And on behalf of Mr. Tony White of the International Energy Conference, it's a distinct pleasure and honor for me to welcome you here to the opening ceremony of our conference today. We want to especially welcome those of you who came from just around the corner, in the same way we welcome those of you who came all the way from around the world. We believe that this is a unique conference. It's unique because we seek to provide an enabling environment for multifaceted engagement that is intended to give leadership to the matters of energy development and sustainability, not just in Guyana, but in our world. We have said consistently that we're trying to do this by bringing the 4 P's together. Just as a side note, I had 3 P's, but I didn't want anyone to think me political, so I found the 4th. We're bringing together policymakers from Guyana and around the world. We're bringing together practitioners in the energy sector. We're bringing together professionals who work in this sector, and we're bringing the professors and thought leaders. Bringing everyone into one room to have the same conversation about how we develop for the future. We also believe that this is Guyana's moment. We came to be a country because we had been considered to have unique and very specific natural resources. And those times, the resources were extracted, and we had no say in what happened after that. Today, however, we are demonstrating that we just don't have resources and some say labor, but that we also have the intellectual capacity to give the leadership to the world on these issues. The proof, ladies and gentlemen, that we have the capacity to give intellectual leadership, and the proof that never mind how small we are, we can do this, is that we have not one, but two champions of the earth in the same conference in Guyana. Our own Dr. Barrett Jackville, champion of the earth, and thus it is the newest champion of the earth, young Reverend Amor Monte. And so again, on behalf of Ms. Anthony White, we thank you for coming, we thank you for your participation, and we look forward to exciting engagements as we spend the next 3 or 4 days together. And now to get more directly to the proceedings. Many of you know, or all of you must know of Ghana. If you know about Guyana, then you must know Ghana. Ghana got its jubilee not so long ago. And then soon after that, several in Guyana proved prolific. Millions of years of geological time established a bond between our two countries that many didn't know existed. But over the years, the cruel socio-political history that we endured separated us. But in a sense, it may have set us up for what we have today. Those things that were laid down in geological time that bind us together are now able to bind us together as a people, to restore us one to the other. The friendship between Guyana and Ghana is important and is growing. And that friendship is exemplified by the outstanding relationship between our president and the president of Ghana. And so it gives me distinct pleasure to now invite His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the president of Ghana, to address us this morning. Your Excellency.
The President and First Lady of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, the President of the Republic of Suriname, Prime Minister of the Republic, and it's nice to say that, of the Republic of Barbados. Dignitaries and officials of the Guyanese, Surinamese, Bajan and Ghanaian governments, delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have, first of all, Mr. President, to begin by thanking you very much for the affectionate reception that my delegation and I have received here in this brotherly city of Georgetown since our arrival. I extend to you the warmest regards of the Ghanaian people, a nation whose national hero is a person named Kofi, i.e. Kofi, the name of a Friday-born Akan male, clearly has strong historical links with Ghana. This is my second visit to Guyana since becoming president of Ghana. And we have since then witnessed exchanges of high-level visits between the leaders of our two nations, including our respective vice presidents. My presence at the maiden edition of the Guyana International Energy Conference and Expo is a reaffirmation of the importance with which Ghana attaches to her relations with Guyana, and long may they flourish. Indeed, a reflection of the strengthening of the ties of friendship between our two countries was made evident in the warm message of condolence sent by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Ifan Ali to me and the people of Ghana during the recent tragic mining explosion incident that claimed the lives of 13 people, injured scores of persons, and razed an entire community. It is an act of friendship that the Ghanaian people and I appreciate, and we say, Yadase, to wit, thank you very much. I'm happy to be a part of this historic event, as it marks the beginning of what should become an annual event dedicated to providing opportunities for major investors, businesses, and oil and gas industry stakeholders to explore prospects for advancing the development of a collaborative agenda for the oil and gas sector in the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Ghana's Ministry of Energy and its oil and gas agencies will also exhibit oil and gas prospects available in Ghana, and I invite all of you to find the time to visit the Ghana stand. Charting a sustainable energy future. The theme of this maiden event is particularly germane, especially as we are confronted with the pandemic of COVID-19, energy transition, and the effects of climate change. Excellencies, this brings into sharp focus the events of 3 months ago where world leaders gathered in Glasgow, Scotland, in the United Kingdom to attend COP26. It was held to hasten action towards the goals of the Paris Agreement and to the UN framework on climate change, and rightly so. This is because the effects of climate change on the African continent in particular have been catastrophic. We suffer the most in Africa because our economies are highly susceptible to the effects of climate change, and our capacity to withstand its shocks are limited. Agriculture, water, and energy are essential drivers of development in our countries, but at the same time, are characteristically sensitive to changing climate. For the sake of our generation and that of generations yet unborn, we have a solemn duty to take immediate, bold, and concrete steps to protect global climate from warming beyond unbearable limits. We know it is in our own interest to act to salvage the economic fortunes of the continent, and more so, step our collective efforts to fight decisively climate change. We have till 2030 to stop climate change, and this requires us to deal with climate change more aggressively than we have in the past. However, we're faced with a conundrum. The African Development Bank has stated that Africa will need some $3 trillion United States dollars in mitigation and adaptation by 2030 to enable us implement our nationally determined contributions. The obvious question arises as to how do we finance these commitments, especially as our socioeconomic development continues, unfortunately, to be low. The great rivers of the world flow through our continent, and so are the lakes and the dramatic waterfalls. We have breathtaking deserts as well. We have minerals that the rest of the world would kill for. All the minerals that are needed to run modern economies are in our continent. Indeed, 30% of the Earth's remaining minerals are in Africa. We have fertile lands, we have picturesque and captivating landscapes, and useful and interesting plants. And we are still home to what is left of the big animals on our planet. The Almighty has blessed our lands with abundant natural resources, and we believe it will be wholly unfair for the world to demand that Africa abandons the exploitation of these same resources needed to finance her development and help us to cope better with the threat of climate change at a time when many countries on the continent have only just discovered them. The development and industrialization of the wealthy nations of today were also hinged on the exploitation of their natural resources. This development came at the expense of pollution and the emission of greenhouse gases. Even today, the Western world is responsible for 67% of carbon emissions compared to 4% by Africa. We acknowledge the importance and effects of climate change and the urgent need to combat it. And we acknowledge equally the importance of protecting our development. We, however, believe that a balance must be struck and maintained between our social, economic, and environmental imperatives. According to the data, Africa is energy impoverished. The continent's average per capita electricity consumption is some 600 kilowatt hours per year, compared with the world average of 3,200 kilowatt per year. How do we bridge that gap if we're not allowed to exploit the resources we have been blessed with? It is thus of the utmost necessity that countries like Guyana and Ghana find ways of bringing their substantial hydrocarbon resources to production, and quickly too. We must add value to these resources and not export them in their raw form if we are to transition to the status of developed countries. The effective management of these resources will determine whether we make it or not. Excellencies, Ghana is today touted as a model case in Africa in the management of oil and gas resources. Our journey in this regard began in 1896, towards the end of the 19th century, albeit without any significant discoveries. It took us nearly 90 years to establish by law our national oil company, the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation. The Petroleum Exploration and Production Law came into force a year later, in 1984, and the promulgation of a petroleum income tax law, which established an income tax regime for oil, gas, exploration and production in Ghana 3 years later in 1987. In the immediate years after this, we witnessed several false dawns in the quest to become an oil-producing and exporting country. Until June 2007, when under the leadership of my old boss, the second president of the Fourth Republic, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, Ghana announced the discovery of crude oil in commercial quantities. The field, christened Jubilee Fields in commemoration of Ghana's 50th independence anniversary celebration, was brought into production in 40 short months. It was an exciting moment, since the discovery of oil resources offered a unique historic opportunity for Ghana to leverage its newfound oil and gas resources for the development of our economy and to finance priority domestic investments crucial for diversified growth. By the grace of God, many more discoveries have since followed, and Ghana's ability to use these resources for the development of the economy and for enhancing the welfare of citizens remains robust. It is worth noting that some resource-endowed nations in Africa fail to achieve sustainable development from the exploitation of their natural resources. We in Ghana have sought to implement a number of policies and initiatives to change the narrative. These policies are focused on ensuring sustainable growth of the sector through legislative development, employment creation, protection of the environment, revenue and cost management, transparency, diversification of the economy, capacity building, and local content development. We resolved soon after our oil discovery to improve the legal, regulatory, and institutional framework for the efficient management of our oil and gas industry. To demonstrate further our commitment to ensuring transparency and accountability, Ghana set up a Public Interest and Accountability Committee, PIAC, to deal with challenges relating to transparency and accountability with respect to the use of petroleum revenues. Ghana has also signed up to the Extractive Industry Transparent Initiatives in relation to oil and gas, which requires that we publish revenues from petroleum resources and agree to use these resources efficiently for the benefit of our people. A major challenge we have been confronted with is how to develop the oil and gas industry with optimal local content and participation, enhance national development, and create jobs. We resolved that the involvement of Ghanaians in the exploitation of oil and gas resources could be achieved through mandatory local content in all aspects of petroleum activities. Hence, our local content and local participation policy was adopted in 2010. We've been relatively successful in creating skilled and internationally competitive domestic suppliers through this law. It is important to note that Ghana's local content law is not about nationalization of the petroleum sector or a protectionist initiative, but a vehicle for partnering investors to develop domestic capacity that will bring mutual benefits to the investors and the citizens of the country who own the resources, and thereby ensure social harmony and cohesion. I'm very pleased that Ghana's Ministry of Energy and its petroleum agencies, as well as Guyana's Ministry of Natural Resources, have already commenced technical cooperation in local content development, which has culminated in the passage of Guyana's Local Content Act 2021, Act 18, in December 2021. I congratulate the government of Guyana for its swift action in that direction. I look forward to Ghana's Ministry of Energy and the newly established Local Content Secretariat under Guyana's Ministry of Natural Resources, setting up a joint working relationship which will include exchange programs for technical personnel through internships or secondments for further local content growth in Guyana. And Excellencies, to ensure energy sustainability, it is critical that we balance carefully social, economic, and environmental benefits in a continuously changing world. No energy project, therefore, no matter how high its return on value, is worth it if the interests of some or majority of the stakeholders are not properly represented and they're left impoverished and dissatisfied. In this regard, and on the basis of Ghana's experience, I offer the following suggestions to ensure judicious exploitation and utilization of petroleum resources on a sustainable basis for the overall benefit of all citizens. Effect proper management of oil and gas revenues transparently, and ensure equity for the benefit of all citizens through institutional reforms and transparent regulations through proper legislative guidelines. Secondly, ensure that the petroleum sector remains a significant contributor to budget and to nationwide industrial development in future. Thirdly, lay the basis for continued development of the petroleum sector by ensuring that the Guyanese basin remains an attractive area for investment, value creation, and industrial development in Guyana. Fourthly, pursue ambitious environmental and resource management policies based on the goals of a sustainable petroleum business and coexistence between the petroleum sector, other industries, and environmental considerations. Fifthly, ensure that the petroleum sector becomes a cutting-edge industry with a strong focus on health, safety, and environment at all levels of the industry, and base its operations on a goal of continuous improvement. Sixthly, encourage investments along the oil and gas supply chain through incentivization and practical regulations. Seventh, maximize the benefits of producing wealth from oil and gas by using local resources and services, people, companies, and finance in all facets of the value chain of the oil and gas industry and retaining the benefits within the country. Eighthly, promote capacity building at all levels in the technical, vocation, and tertiary educational institutions of the country. Ninthly, support the strategic exploitation of domestic natural gas discoveries through fiscal incentives and financial support. Tenthly, minimize the flaring or venting of natural gas generated in development and develop a viable domestic petrochemical industry based on natural gas. 11th, diversify the electricity generation mix through the development of renewable energy sources for which this country has huge potential and promote energy efficiency. And finally, pursue the internationalization of the Guyanese petroleum industry, including regional, so similar, including regional and bilateral local content initiatives. This will provide the sector with development opportunities while experience from international activities can contribute to continued development of the sector. Excellencies, I believe the time has come for all of us to work together to build stronger nations for the benefit of our peoples. I have a strong belief that this is the century for the continent most blessed with natural resources to become a major league player in the global economy. This can be Africa's century, together with the African diaspora. And Ghana, the first Black African nation to break free from colonial rule, wants to be amongst the leading nations in the new struggle for economic emancipation for Africa's 1.2 billion people, and for forging strong, indissoluble links with her descendants, kith and kin, in the African diaspora of the Americas and Caribbean. So, President, I indicated at the beginning that our two countries are bonded by common blood, common geography, common history, and common ties. This imposes on us the necessity to work together, with each one being the brother's keeper. Being each other's keeper means that we look out for each other. I'm hopeful that together we can work to build a future in which present and future generations will be secure. May God bless the peoples of Guyana, Ghana, and us all. And may God bless our homelands, Ghana and Guyana, and make them great and strong. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Nana Adulbanka Akufo-Addo. Suriname is a neighbor, and our country's histories have many similarities. And like many relationships, ours also has had over the years a good sprinkling of conflict. But that same work over geological time that I spoke about earlier has given us an imperative to work together. It's one basin. President Santoki understands this, and that's why he's always in there. I can tell you something about that. While we were discussing and preparing for his visit, we encountered some challenges. And I was worried about these challenges, and someone said to me, "They don't need to worry, he's a guy. It's okay."
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we look now to our nearest neighbor, it's my pleasure to invite His Excellency, the Honorable His Excellency Mr. Krishmar Chandrik, I'm going crazy. His Excellency Chandrik Prasad Santoki, the President of Suriname. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Your Excellency President Mohammed Irfan Ali, and First Lady. President of Ghana, Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo Addo. Prime Minister of the Republic of Barbados, Honorable Motley, the Honorable Brigadier Retired Mark Phillips, Prime Minister of Guyana, Vice President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Your Excellency Part Jagdeo, Madam Chancellor of the Judiciary, Speaker of the House, Chairman of ExxonMobil, and distinguished ministers, representative of the private sector, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. And I'm very pleased to participate in this important international oil and gas conference dealing with how we create a sustainable energy future in our countries. I thank the President of Guyana, my good friend, Irfan, for inviting me to present to you Suriname's view and perspectives. And just what the master of ceremony said, that President Santoki is Guyanese. I can say the same thing. My colleague friend, Irfan Ali, is also Surinamese. It sings perfectly with the spirit in which we both have cemented our relationship since we took office. A strong, committed, and strategic cooperation, building resilient societies and economies as good neighbors. Fostering an economy, but also a society towards a sustainable energy future, keeping in mind the enormous investment needed, the technological skill sets and expertise to be applied, as well as economies of scale and major decisions to be made, requires us to work together. Both Guyana and Suriname are on the path of development towards a sustainable economy that will make the transition from carbon-based energy to green energy. That commitment is there, voiced on many occasions. The question is more, how do we make that transition utilizing the newfound natural resources wisely, utilizing modern technology to lay a solid foundation for a more diversified economy for generations to come. We must realize the challenging times we live in. A part of the pandemic and global financial and development risks, we also face the impact of climate change and now also of looming global instability as a consequence of political conflict. All of this will have an impact on the energy generation demands, flows, and prices. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is not only that we must transition from one energy source to a cleaner and renewable one, but also we must consider how energy itself will transform our lives and our economies as we go forward. I certainly believe that Suriname and Guyana, with these new resources, can help mitigate the global energy poverty, which makes it difficult for almost 1 billion people to develop a productive livelihood. In charting this transition, we must recognize that others have gone before us and had profited from the earned revenues to develop a modern economy and create a future path of economic development where oil and gas may not play such a significant role anymore. These fortunate countries have saved a major part of their revenues to be able to provide for generations to come. We have the same goal and commitment to our current and certainly our future generations. No doubt, we must be responsible in our approach and certainly develop our oil and gas resources in an environmentally friendly and sound manner. Human activities, including fishing, shipping, or the exploitation of marine resources, are rapidly developing. Suriname, therefore, is on a path where better integration and management of human activities in the marine landscape of Suriname will be pursued. Our offshore partners, especially Total Energies and Apache Corporation, have been working tirelessly to come to the final investment decision. We also look forward to the drilling programs of other international oil companies. In 2022, a number of wells are planned in Suriname's Block 58, while Shell will drill an exploration well in Block 42, and Apache Corporation will drill an exploration well in Block 53 as well. Recently, we also concluded a bidding round for shallow shore west blocks and negotiated production sharing contracts with renewed international oil companies. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in charting the way forward, a sustainable energy future, we will need to take important and fundamental decisions in the areas of energy reduction and energy education, renewable energy, local content development, and strategic energy cooperation. We will need to empower our people and private sector to go a different route. In my view, in building a sustainable energy future goes with special responsibilities with the population in how they consume and save energy, but also in how to mitigate the harmful impacts of the oil and gas industry. Suriname will dedicate in 2022 budget more resources to educate, especially the youth and the private sector, on how energy is used in an efficient, sustainable, and responsible manner. Equally, our societies must invest in green energy and promote the use of these renewable energy resources. Adoption and installation of renewable energy sources such as from gas, solar, wind, hydro, and others will offer significant benefits to our countries. We are currently collecting data to consider the feasibility of wind energy for Suriname. Villages in the interior of Suriname, which are not connected to the grid, lack energy for household purposes. We have found a sustainable solution for these villages by installing hybrid systems in these villages. A hybrid systems consists of primarily energy generation by solar power generation and a diesel power generation as a backup. But we're looking also at solutions with hydroelectric power, but we still need to research on this as it has strong impacts on the environment, the biodiversity, and communities, which we have experienced already with our hydro energy dam. So in this, we need to work together. We need to invest in research and the technology if it is beneficial for our people. That's why the commitment from countries to start investing in new energy generation technologies such as hydrogen and fuel cells is of critical importance. At the same time, those who have provide end users products must invest in utilizing green energy. And while we're making these transitions, our domestic business community must be involved and prepared to benefit from these prospects to secure jobs, income, and operational capacity. Therefore, with regard to local content, we have taken a number of steps. Firstly, we are promoting local content as government. Just 3 days ago, a well-attended seminar to engage with all relevant stakeholders was organized by the government in collaboration with the private sector. Based on these discussions, a local content policy will be formulated, including the creation of a center to promote local content. In the meantime, several initiatives have been undertaken that resulted in the provision of goods, services, and manpower from Suriname. The most prominent initiative so far has been the issuance of an expression of interest for building additional port capacity. The response has been excellent, and we are pleased to note that the 4 expressions considered are to be the most suitable, and all have a major Surinamese partner. At the moment, the government and the private sector together are working on our investment legislation. Secondly, we are developing and upgrading the formal TVAT, technical and vocational education and training education in Suriname, amongst others, in cooperation with Dutch institutes that have provided this type of education for many years in the North Sea operations. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to secure an economy that is sustainable and resilient with growth, we have designed a concept of sustainable development beyond our borders, which basically promotes functional cooperation between the neighboring countries, Guyana and Brazil, in 5 areas: infrastructure, environment, investment, market expansion, and energy. And we are convinced that by pooling our gas resources, we can have a cost-effective energy source to facilitate a regional development process with energy-intensive industrial complexes, utilizing mineral resources in these countries which otherwise would not have been possible. On the 21st of January 2022, the presidents of the neighboring states, Guyana, Brazil, and Suriname, met in Paramaribo for initial discussions about the strategic cooperation framework and follow-up work to develop the agenda, and execution is going on. As responsible leaders, we must look ahead, far ahead indeed, but if we do not start now, we will not only lag behind, but we will waste opportunities. Mr. President, our host, Dr. Irfan Ali, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, both countries, the leaders and their people have a historic and unique task, a responsibility and obligation to manage the oil and gas resources well. To do so in such a way that sustainable and reliable path forward is set, to create an economy upon which future generations can build and derive a steady income from. To do so in such a way that is done with internationally recognized and accepted environmental standards in place, and to protect the world and remain carbon negative. To do so in such a way that we can successfully facilitate a transition from carbon-based economy towards a green economy with affordable energy. Our objective is to become an 80% green economy by the year 2060, and to chart this vision into reality. A national commission, Vision 2060, will be established next month in Suriname. In making the transition towards this goal, we stand for a holistic and balanced approach that is directed at the needs of both our people and the environment. Your Excellencies, delegation members, we are delighted to be here at this conference, to have given you this information, to have an idea where Suriname stands. But I'm also here with my delegation to learn and discuss synergies. I hope that at the end, we are successful in our endeavor to develop our countries based on the strategy of public and private partnership and cooperation. I thank you all, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Chandrika Prasad Santuri. I had to move that to say that. Barbados is always stood out. Some may even say stood apart. Just look at the map and you know what I'm talking about. But Barbados today, especially under the leadership of Prime Minister Martin, is changing all of that for good. Barbados, long known for beaches and fine fish, will now also always be known for providing thought leadership at the time when our survivability as a planet was at its most delicate and critical stage. She's providing that leadership not just for our country and the region, but for the world. But you know, I want to keep talking about friendships, relationships. Clearly, the one between President Gurnani and Prime Minister Motley is also one that's very respected and helps to cement the bonds between Guyana and Barbados. As a matter of fact, I can tell you, Prime Minister Motley is very conscious of this. She reminded those of us who were shaking our shoulders yesterday that, you know, Barbados plays a significant role in populating Guyana historically. I guess the data one is going to miss out on the opportunity to consider Guyana. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure to invite the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Your Excellency, President Ali, my brother, Mrs. Ali. Your Excellency, President Akufo-Addo, my other brother of Ghana. Your Excellency, President Santoki of Suriname, my other brother. And I'm looking for my older brother, Vice President Barajaglio, Prime Minister, my dear brother. I see. Older brother. He helped raise me in this thing called public life. Ministers, chairman, visiting delegates, diplomats, everyone, and MC. Everyone doesn't only want to be from Guyana. Those of you like you come from St. Lucie, Barbados. And there's nothing better than the old Latin saying, res ipsa loquitur, the facts speak for themselves. First, let me express my absolute gratitude to my brother, President Ali, and to the government and people of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana and the Guyana Oil and Gas Energy Chamber of Commerce for the kind invitation to offer these brief remarks this morning, and to have the opportunity also to be able to meet with my colleague, heads of state and government across this conference. But I want, as we do so this morning, to reflect on a few things. Because today we face not one, but several great challenges: the pandemic, the climate crisis, the energy transition to come, and the technology revolution that is engulfing our world. These threaten the fabric of our societies, and they threaten the future of work. Those on the front line of these battles will look upon this period of time in history as perhaps one of the most challenging, disruptive, and impactful, and certainly since our independence as nations. Of the challenges facing our nations, the climate crisis and the energy transition presents both threats and opportunities for our region. We must protect our people against the threats while taking absolute advantage of the opportunities afforded to us over the course of the next few decades. Energy, we all know, is integral to our societies. An abundant and affordable supply of energy is essential for meaningful social and economic activity. And to achieve growth in these activities, governments must actively implement policies that will create and incentivize the sustainable use of energy resources. Recalled in the theme of this inaugural conference, CARICOM countries, Caribbean community countries, have embarked on a mission to chart a sustainable energy future, to navigate the energy transition. My friends, it is tempting, especially for our brothers and sisters who stand atop spectacular new oil and gas resources, to consider that the energy transition is too far off for us to worry about today. But in alliance with our global partners, many of whom are present today, we must also recognize the need to tilt to new circumstances. As a region, we possess bountiful renewable and non-renewable sources, having, like Africa, been blessed by Mother Nature with the power also of the sun, the wind, the water, the earth, oceans, and nature. But as I said earlier, these blessings have always been accompanied by threats. We are a zone of volcanoes and earthquakes. We are on the front line of the war of the climate crisis between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. And our countries are bang, bang, bang in the middle of it. We are more vulnerable to rising temperatures and sea levels than most others. We are vulnerable to floods, as you know well here in Guyana, hurricanes, tsunamis, and drought. And the energy transition that must occur if our world is not quite literally to burn up may well be happening too slowly. But it is a complex conversation. And it is that complex conversation that we must not turn away from. As outlined in our own energy policy in Barbados, we have embarked on an ambitious journey to transition our country to 100% renewable sources and to be a carbon neutral state by 2035. By 2030, 70%, by 2035, 100%. We have one of the densest electric vehicles and charging station networks per capita. There are over 500 electric vehicles on our roads, and remember, we're only 166 square miles. We have one of the region's largest electric fleets of buses, 49 at the moment, with an additional 10 to be purchased. So per capita, we are really ahead of most. We've replaced 88% of all of our street lights across Barbados to LED lights. And we've installed 3.7 megawatts of photovoltaic systems on 22 public buildings and are continuing to move with pace. We've completed ocean energy studies that investigate and establish the feasibility of establishing and developing utility scale offshore wind and marine power. And we're conscious of the potential for Barbados to generate hydrogen from wave energy and the capacity for export. We're concluding negotiations on a 30 megawatt green energy park based on waste energy and a substantial improvement in the management of our waste. And last year we concluded our integrated resource and resilience plan. We're redoubling our efforts to propel the industry forward with new fast-track regulatory processes, having discovered the bureaucracy that stymied the pace of the approval of renewable energy projects. We've already approved and installed over 59 megawatts of private renewable energy capacity, primarily solar photovoltaic systems, approximately for 9.4% of what we anticipate to be the need of 625 megawatts because of the absence of progress on battery storage. And we are also conscious that there is a need for us to maximize the solar revolution, particularly as that country in CARICOM that led the way on solar water heaters as we went forward as an independent nation. 50 years ago, we started that process to the point where almost every house in Barbados has been powered by solar water heaters for the generation of hot water for over 4 decades. But the solar revolution and the wind revolution is not just about energy. It's also a golden opportunity to advance economic empowerment and people-centric development, that which remains critical on our journey as independent nations. The sun's power is available to all, as is the wind, as is the ocean. And we must never privatize the sun or the wind or the water just for a few. We are using legislation, policy, and the convening power of government with local financial institutions to ensure that every family home in Barbados can, without large capital expenditures, use attractive feed-in tariffs to deliver a steady income for the home ownership, whether it is new home ownership or existing home ownership. I say so because we hope in the next few years to build 10,000 homes, low and lower middle income, affordable homes, where persons can purchase solar voltaic panels on their roofs to help them offset the costs, and in some instances to de-risk them, making them eligible for mortgages that they would not otherwise be eligible for. Their rooftops give them the hope of being homeowners. And indeed, the name of the program for us is Homeownership Providing Energy. But to do that only for new homeowners would be unfair. And therefore, we intend to ensure that of the 80,000 households, that the majority of them be also given an opportunity to be able to have the solar panels on their roofs through appropriate financing mechanisms with credit unions and banks, and to allow them to be able to benefit from the bounty. We asked our people to share in the burden of adjustment a few years ago, and we remain obligated that those who share the burden of adjustment must equally share in the bounty that is there to benefit all. Barbados is very keen to share and collaborate with the rest of our Caribbean brothers and sisters in CARICOM to create a global brand in resilience building and planning, renewables and sustainability. And we're conscious that small states like Dominica have already started on that journey, and that as a Caribbean region, we need to work together, because more than any other region, we are in a position to tell the world about resilience and what resilience means and looks like, and how that brand can be used to unlock opportunities for further development. As we look forward to a sustainable energy future, we also equally understand that there's substantial hydrocarbon resources deep below our seabed. In November 2021, BHP completed a 2,700 square kilometer 3D seismic survey within 2 offshore blocks under the terms of its exploration licenses. These surveys will help Barbados de-risk exploration and hopefully will lead to the discovery of hydrocarbon resources offshore. In particular, we hope natural gas, which we still see as a potential bridge in the energy transition. That is only 2 of the blocks, but we have a number of other blocks that have been there, and were it not for the pandemic, we would have moved forward with greater alacrity to recognize that the transitioning has to be carefully managed. The conversations have to be carefully had. Barbados is therefore looking at ways of accelerating the launch of new offshore oil and gas blocks later this year, recognizing that there is a need for us to be able to make decisions as to what we do. And this has not been an easy discussion, but it is one, like many of you have said, and I've listened carefully to those who have spoken this morning as well, who clearly reflect on the fact that, like with most things in life, we are not a single issue people or a single issue nation. And the complexity of the conversation requires maturity and requires a commitment to frankness. We are people who have been the victims of colonization and exploitation. Regrettably, in the efforts to close the gap, what we have done is to perpetuate the disparity. If we are to remove that disparity and offer to the people of the world the opportunity to live in peace and in hope of bountiful futures, then it requires difficult conversations that do not perpetuate the inequity of the world of 1945. For that is what we have done. When the world determined that the 2 great wars were over and that we needed to secure the future and prosperity and safety of the world's population, they gave everyone the right to be declared equal in the eyes of the law. But equality in the eyes of the law without appropriate reparations or compensatory factors simply perpetuated the inequity. We face a similar moment today with respect to energy stability, security, and development in this transition. And what you hear is not a determination that we should abandon the inconvenient truths. What you hear is a determination that we should talk through the inconvenient truths. Similarly, our world is matched by a failure to appreciate what we mean when we say net zero. We have a climate crisis. There is no two ways about it. And we must fight to ensure that that climate crisis does not make migrants of us all. But at the same time, net zero does not mean no fossil fuels. Net zero means that we have to produce enough to offset the impact of the fossil fuels. And to that extent, the mix that the International Energy Association sees at 80% today of fossil fuels to 20% of non flips by 2050 to 20% fossil fuels. The question is, who should provide that 20% fossil fuels? Will the world make the same mistake of 1945? Or will the world accept that equity demands of us now and respect demands of us conversations that allow those whose poverty has been cemented by centuries of extraction and exploitation by a few to catch up with those whose per capita income is multiple times that found in Ghana and Guyana and Suriname and Barbados and others? Or will the world just simply ignore the reality of that disparity and perpetuate a hypocrisy that regrettably has become too familiar with our condition as people across this world? We say that the world needs global, moral, strategic leadership. And I say so conscious that the absence of that leadership means that it is okay for a few advanced countries to continue to provide the 20% that will be needed in 2050, while at the same time refusing to accept the responsibility of financing the consequences of the climate crisis for those of us who are on the front line of the climate crisis, for those of us who are already feeling the pain of drought and hurricanes and floods. We say that the time has come for leadership at the global level to frankly discuss these issues, because there are consequences to real people and to countries. And to simply believe that it can be a vanilla type conversation that is one issue is to ignore our reality as human beings at the personal level, at the country level, and at the international level. We are complex creatures and we face complex challenges, and hence difficult conversations must be had. I want to ask us today to reflect on a few things, because we are at that stage, as I said, where there are inconvenient truths. And I've tried to hone in on them. And I've tried to ask us to strike the balance between the need to face the reality of saving our world, but equally to face the reality of providing for our people. We cannot save the earth and sacrifice our people. And regrettably for some, that is the simple equation or the simple proposition, because it's easy to put in a soundbite or in 4 inches of a newspaper. But our lives cannot be reduced to a soundbite or 4 inches of column in a newspaper. What is required of us now is to have the kinds of complex conversations. And I thank you, President Dali, for your initiative in creating a forum such as this that will allow us to begin to say to the rest of the world, we actually see what is going on and we don't agree with it. And we actually recognize that the commitment to be able to change a narrative without understanding and appreciating the realities of countries such as ours, faced with the crisis of the climate, but faced with the complexity of poverty of our people and the lack of opportunities, that there must be a way that can be found that can meet both needs. I trust and pray that as we go forward, that we will find the will as heads of government and heads of state to force these conversations. And I want us, as we do so, to recognize that there may be a few initiatives that truly can be transformative. But before I get there, I want to just offer one comment on this issue of local content, because I've heard too many people, particularly from the private sector, complain regionally and internationally, and not just about Guyana, but in every country, in our own country, about the need for local content. The day that we do not provide opportunity for our citizens who participate in active citizenship, of being able to benefit from the patrimony of our country, is the day we sow the seeds of destruction of our nation and invite disruption. We will have difficult conversations as well in CARICOM, and we must. But those conversations recognize that in every country, there are even regional and local conflicts and disagreements. And it is our duty to be able to smooth that over, but to ensure that at no stage as newly independent countries of the world do we leave our citizens as tenants in their own land, but make them owners of all that they must survey. It is against the backdrop of the complexity of these discussions that I want to leave you with a few concepts. And Barbados has been thinking about this, because we believe that we should propose an accord among the new energy exporters to invest more than 10%, but at least 10% of net revenues in renewable energy. We do not, as President Otto said, we do not have the capacity to easily finance our development in the transition. And we've not been given the assurances, not even in adaptation funding, that we can get it. You're asking us to make a journey, having already recognized the fact that countries were left at the point of independence without a development compact, without the ability to bring about stability or access to education, health, housing, and the normal development trajectories captured in the Sustainable Development Goals. We were never nothing. We start then to compete globally. And we're told in the WTO that there can be no special and differential treatment for small states. And we then see the destruction of domestic production in agriculture and manufacturing over the course of the last 30 years since its establishment. We were then told after 9/11 that we needed to make sure that we could reduce the flow of terrorism financing and to reduce the opportunities for money laundering, for which we're all committed. But the consequences of the regulatory framework for us was to impose significant costs and to reduce further fiscal space. The complicated scenarios of development have added to the debt that we carry. But the greatest contributors to that debt, as we are now learning through research, have been the natural disaster crises that we've had to face over and over and over. The G20 countries produce 80% of the greenhouse gas emissions, and many of them are still some of the biggest beneficiaries of oil and gas revenues. We have reached a point where global discussion must now address these issues as to how we transition. If we can put, therefore, a significant percentage of that revenue, at least 10 to 15%, in a fund to finance renewable energy, while ensuring that our citizens are also beneficiaries of that renewable energy combat, then I believe we will have advanced the discussion. In addition, we should commit to investing in a new international exchange of renewable energy investments. Projects listed there must meet minimum environmental, social, governance standards, local content, and local ownership conditions. A single place for dedicated investors and common minimum standards will ignite investment and growth and provide for our entrepreneurs literally opportunity and diversity, and drawing new investors and entrepreneurs that hitherto would not have been there. My country is already the world's largest issuer of sovereign securities with natural disaster clauses. We hope others will join us, but like this conversation, it has been a difficult conversation when it ought not to be, because if a natural disaster occurs, the chances of default are very, very high. Whereas if you have clauses that determine what happens before the natural disaster happens, then it ought to de-risk and reduce the cost of capital. But regrettably, I suspect people do not want the cost of capital reduced, and hence their stubborn refusal to accept natural disaster clauses as a way of de-risking that cost. We are equally in Barbados, one of the sub-region's largest international financial centers, and we have the necessary fiscal and regulatory regimes there. Given that we are later and smaller in the hydrocarbon business, maybe Barbados's critical contribution now is to develop an international neutral exchange for regional renewable investments. We have already seen in our country a separate initiative with the issuance of green bonds. I hope that we can take advantage of the geography busting power and to ensure that we work not just in our region, but with our friends across the Atlantic as we reclaim our Atlantic destiny, such as our brother from Ghana and others. On a separate initiative, equally, I've asked Professor Prasad to lead for us on the establishment of a green investment bank. And we are hoping to work not just with the Green Climate Fund, but with other financiers, because this region needs banking solutions that are appropriate to our needs, rather than those that are determined by risk advisors who sit thousands of miles away and who have no concept of why we need access to finance and what we will do with that finance appropriately and judiciously. So my friends, for many reasons, and as a result of the opportunity given to us today, I've come here today to ask the world to pause and to have that complex conversation. This in no way removes from us the obligation of averting the climate crisis, but it is a recognition that net zero does not mean zero. Net zero means a limited amount. And the question is, who shall participate globally in that limited amount? Shall it be only those who had the opportunity before? Or shall we for once recognize that this world needs global, moral, strategic leadership that includes the people of the world and does not seek to exclude in a way in which we did in 1945 when we settled the arrangements for the United Nations? I trust and pray, President Ali, that your leadership on this matter will cause many of us across the globe to sit up and to come to the table to have these discussions. And that thereafter, that we communicate them to our people, not limited by that soundbite or 4 inches of column space, but fueled by the reality that our people too can understand complex issues and complex conversations. And for us to believe otherwise would be to perpetuate the attitude of those who came before and who believed that we were just to watch and to be victim rather than to be participants and framers of our own future. I wish you all the very best, truly, not just in the staging of this inaugural conference, but I believe that your country, Guyana, our country, Caribbean country, Guyana, has endured much. And you cannot move from being a highly indebted poor country to where you are today without being given the opportunity, one, to bring along your people who have suffered the indignity of that poverty for decades, but secondly, without being given the opportunity to participate globally in discussions that will affect your ability to manage the development of your people. And I trust and pray that this conference will trigger that international conversation. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Montgomery. Like in sport, very often, you go to see a particular batsman, you really hope that they will live up to the billing. You purchase a ticket, you expect big runs. And we are grateful that our batsmen today, so then the day's turn that we need to fix. But the others say that we put the best batsman at 3, which is why she batted there. But I have a problem of even remotely suggesting that the next batsman is not the best batsman. I would really have to leave and go to St. Lucie. But we come home. We come home to Dr. Mahalia Fernandez. No one can host his friends and visitors like President Ali does. Those of you who don't know, this is age for an opportunity to school, and you know. And I want to take the liberty of expressing a very personal opinion. It's not my job, but I can't resist it. The most dynamic time in Guyana, or the most dynamic times in Guyana in my lifetime, is when we've had young, vibrant presidents. I don't have to explain, he's not the guy. I don't believe the comments. President Fernandez has figured out how to transform his youth and energy, not just to hospitality, but to the tasks of driving the economy and to the challenges we face with driving human and social development. He's also transferred that energy to the task of charting new and alternative pathways for our energy development, and into the conversations about how we do this in a way that's sustainable. We believe that his leadership at this time is critical to Guyana's future, that he's laying a foundation not just for now, but for a long time to come. If you're my age in Guyana, you know that we were brought up on the hope and promise of what Guyana could be. And many of us have gotten bald and gray. A lot of people come with it. Many of us have gotten bald and gray. And all we have are the memories of hope and promise. President Daddy has a unique opportunity to deliver for his generation, the generation that will be populated with people with ageless son, the reality of the things many of us have dreamed and hoped for. Is the leadership in this sector is critical in this point. I urge you to listen to him. Please welcome the king, His Excellency Dr. Maurice Fernandez, President of the Republic of Ghana.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Alex, you did something with my mic. Please be seated. Okay. Well, I will do an injustice to Alex if I don't say he's my friend. In this room today, before I go to the formalities, we are not here to see who is a better batsman or woman, who is a better batter. We're not here to see who is the best. We are here to forge partnership, to build a team to lead for success. And that is the reason we have this conference. Not to separate us, but realizing our responsibility to bring our people together, to bring humanity together. His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. His Excellency Chandraka Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname. Her Excellency Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Barbados, otherwise known as Straight 30. Ministers of government, members of the diplomatic community, Madam Chancellor, Speaker of the National Assembly, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen all, good morning and welcome to the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. A land of diversity, a land of peace, a land of love, and a land of opportunity. Welcome to Guyana. I want to especially welcome my colleagues, heads of state. And it is not an occasional visit. It is real partnership. Working with Ghana on developing our local content policy, on forging together a relationship that will share our experiences in the management of the oil and gas sector. But importantly, Prime Minister Motley made the point. Shall we today start a movement that is different? A movement among ourselves to promote our ideals and our ideas. For a very long time, we were told what should be our ideals and ideas. It is occasions like these that we can seize that moment and create a new momentum. President Santokhi and I, our two governments and people, are working actively on the development of a new frontier, the quarantine, that requires partnership, coordination, and cooperation. And Prime Minister Mia Motley is leading efforts in the region to achieve food security, is leading efforts to build a resilient regional economy, but more importantly, we are working together with Barbados in removing barriers and bringing our economies and people closer together in unity. And these are not only empty words, you will see. And we are not saying here, you may see. You will see the results, and the results will be to the benefit of all the people of our countries. I thank all of you for gracing this occasion. I also extend best wishes to the numerous exhibitors, investors, and other stakeholders who have joined us for this most important event. Thanks to the organizers, Mr. Tony White and your team, for your untiring efforts in realizing this grand event, and we owe them a round of applause. Today, I intend to focus on situating Guyana's energy development within the wider context of the country's development trajectory, so that investors and stakeholders can appreciate that our energy plans are consistent and in conformity with our chosen development pathway. Collaboration is always achievable when stakeholders are in harmony. But the question is, why are we here? Why Guyana? An international journalist, and we're having a lot of international journalists becoming experts in Guyana, and we welcome them. We're very welcoming to the media. You're part of our development story. But an international journalist asked me recently, why Guyana, such a country that is so strong on climate change and environment, want to pursue this path of oil and gas? And I asked that journalist a very simple question. Guyana existed long before oil and gas was discovered. Answer me, why has your news outfit never recognized us? The opportunities that we're talking about existed long before oil and gas. Why was there never a conversation? And then tell me, why suddenly? Because a developing country has made a strategic decision that we are going to aggressively pursue the oil and gas sector to bring about economic transformation and diversification to lead to sustainable growth and development. The question, as my dear brother, President of Ghana, posed, and Prime Minister, President Santoki, is why is it always a different conversation when a developing country is advancing a particular course? And we must contemplate this question because it's an important question. But importantly, we are humbled by this opportunity. And we welcome investors. Local content is not about not welcoming investors. We welcome every single investor, be it Exxon, be it the international investors, has every single stakeholder, whether you're regional, international, we welcome you. But all we are saying is that that space for technological transformation, collaboration, local growth, and competitiveness and increased productivity must be built into the system to bring benefit to the people of the country. So do not for a moment try to misplace this conversation. Do not try to recreate your own narrative. We are going to, and this is why we have this conference, we are going to state directly the narrative. There is no need for any interpretation. This is the narrative. We are pursuing this path. We know of the responsibility I'm going to speak about. We welcome investors, but we believe that local opportunities, the private sector, and every single Guyanese and regional stakeholder must be part of this prosperity and benefit from the prosperity. It is true that this energy conference has brought us here. But why are we really here? And I want us all, as all the investors here, to understand why primarily you are in business. You're in business to expand business opportunities. You're in business to invest in new areas, to diversify your portfolio, and to widen your horizon. That is why you're in business. So I want to offer to you, because I have a captive audience here, what Guyana can offer in widening your business portfolio. It is in this context that Guyana's opportunities must be viewed. The multifaceted, wide-ranging development strategy of the country unlocks immeasurable opportunities. These opportunities lay the foundation upon which our future will be built, supported by our geographic location and natural competitive advantages. That development strategy is built on a low carbon development strategy pathway. We have not changed our commitment to the world. The world faces many challenges, including climate change, food security, energy sustainability, and water scarcity, among others. In each of these areas, Guyana is uniquely positioned to contribute to the global solution. Hear me. We in this region and as developing countries must contribute to the global solution. We have the capacity, we have the capability, and we must now work together to find our place and space in bringing global solutions. Yes, we have a small population. Importantly, a growing population requires much more work from people like me. And the vice president have to step up their game. Even the prime minister, Mark Phillips, might need to bat a 2020 innings and help with this population growth. But importantly, we should not be narrow-minded in looking at the population. Because Guyana is connected to CARICOM. We are connected to Brazil. We are connected to Africa. We are connected to South America. And in each of this connection, we have special arrangements that brings new opportunity and an expanded marketplace. Why Guyana? Because we are a leader, a world leader on climate change, ecosystems, and biodiversity. We are not only humbled by the opportunity to participate in the oil and gas sector. We are a world leader on climate change, ecosystem, and biodiversity. Guyana presents 18.3 million hectares of standing forests, covering 87% of our land area. I have not seen this headline in any of the international presses yet. But let me remind you, Guyana presents 18.3 million hectares of standing forests, covering 87% of our land area. The forest stores 19.5 gigatons of carbon, worth conservatively $195 billion United States dollars. The question, as Prime Minister Motley posed, why aren't we realizing this worth? Further, it provides the world with fresh water. It contains 4% of all known plant species in the world. And because of the United States being our strategic partner, I will do this analysis. More bird species than the entire United States of America, and 3% of all known animal species. This is the forest. This is part of the Guyana you are in today. Further, our forest sector has an estimated value of 500 billion United States dollars. This presents tremendous opportunities for value added. But more importantly, Guyana's Monitor, Report, and Verify system, MRVS, is one of the best globally. It is one of the best globally, with a deforestation rate of less than 0.05%. We can sustainably, based on the system that was put in place, the monitoring system, we can sustainably harvest 1 million cubic meters per year. At present, we harvest 400,000 cubic meters, valued at 80 million United States dollars per year. The sector presents opportunities for large-scale downstream processing, prefab houses, prime value-added species for a niche market, partnering on environmental services, reforestation programs, and forest plantation, all linked to new, emerging, and potential markets. Mining. 36% of Guyana, or 76,600 square kilometers, comprise of highly mineralized crusts, the greenstone belts. Gold mine has been at the artisanal mechanized scale, with decoration in a good year at approximately 500,000 ounces. The potential value of our gold reserves at the current rate is approximately 35 billion United States dollars. Our total bauxite reserves of 314 million tons has a potential value close to 1 billion United States dollars. Our quarrying reserves, estimated at 28.9 million tons, valued at approximately 1 billion United States dollars. We have enormous potential in rare earth and base metals. Our diamond reserves are conservatively estimated at 750 million United States dollars. Geochemical exploration is also an opportunity with the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission, estimating a 7,000 square kilometers to be an area of commercial viability. Our silica sand reserves are estimated at 1.5 billion tons, valued conservatively at 37.5 billion Guyana dollars. I'm just positioning this so you can understand the Guyana we're sitting in. And this has always been. We never had the capital or the resources to build the diversified economy that we're talking about. That is why Alex mentioned that we've always spoken about the promises and dreams and aspirations of generations of Guyans. Today, with hard work, simplicity, and humility, we have the ability to make that giant leap, not only for Guyana, but for all of humanity, and we must do it. Guyana, with its natural characteristics, presents a potent opportunity for investors in tackling global food security. Opportunities for investment in agriculture are vast. Our freshwater capacity is estimated at $4 billion Guyana dollars per annum. In aquaculture, there is growing potential for shrimp and prawn processing facility, production facility with potential market in the US, Mexico, EU, and CARICOM. The US imports of frozen shrimp and prawns is valued at $4.8 billion. That is the potential that exists. Our comparative advantage is 2.15 times higher than any South American country's comparative advantage. We have 420 hectares of arable land for poultry, dairy, cattle, and food production. CARICOM import for beef alone is 40.8 million United States dollars per annum. In mutton and mutton products, the value of that market is 18.9 million United States dollars. Just imagine if we tap into 25% of that market. This is the potential for investors. And why am I mentioning all of this at this energy conference? Because this is what energy and the oil and gas sector will do for us. It gives us the opportunity with the resources to diversify our economy, building it out to many new pillars so that we will be resilient, strong, and sustainable. Guyana is poised to offer a diverse tourism product, complementing the products of traditional Caribbean destinations. Guyana is strategically positioned to increase travel to its borders. Its neighbors include Brazil, circa 220 million people, and the Caribbean, 44.2. Guyana will be pursuing aggressively market representation in the UK and EU markets and North America. Those are key source markets which have seen increase in visitors year upon year. We are in discussion with Barbados to twin our tourism product and market Guyana and Barbados jointly. This is how we build competitiveness. This is how we build partnership. This is how we build resilience. This is how we create visionary approach to long-term development, not isolationary policies. That is not the way to go. We hold the potential to engage in adventure tourism products, a market that has globally expanded over the last few years to an estimated value of 1.2 billion United States dollars. Upscale luxury eco lodges and resorts, a market that has a value of 93 billion United States dollars. Golfing, a market with an estimated value of 4.8 billion United States dollars. And Guyana presents not just a opportunity. Guyana presents one of the most competitive and leading opportunity for investment in these areas, and we welcome investors in these areas. Our development strategy is built on a low carbon pathway. The core objective of this strategy aims at economic sustainability, diversified economy, investment in climate mitigation and adaptation, carbon credit, enhanced livelihood, biodiversity and ecosystem management systems, transitioning into a clean energy future. Our future framework of opportunities are built around solar, water, hydrocarbons, forests, hydrogen, hydropower, and it is integrated into regional opportunities. We are not only talking about national opportunities. With Suriname and Brazil, we are already exploring the development of a new energy corridor that we can fully support and participate. Exxon and Guyana, we're working together on developing that natural gas strategy also, so that with Suriname and Guyana, we can effectively realize the importance of our strategic position in creating regional energy security. We have already commenced the process by investing in 13 new solar farms, 3 mini hydros, 1 large hydro at the Milas Falls, and natural gas project, all aimed at increasing our power generation to 500 megawatts by 2025. Let me be clear on this. We will remain uncompetitive if we cannot address the cost of energy. We must address the cost of energy. Our private sector will not be able to grow if we cannot bring down the cost of energy. And we will bring down the cost of energy by 50% by 2024. And to do that, we must make the strategic investment. And bringing down the cost of energy is not only about bringing in a pipeline or doing a hydro project or building solar energy. That is far from it. Bringing down the cost of energy is about creating the space and opportunity for the development of a world-class manufacturing, industrial, and agro-processing sector. That is how real benefits come to the people. That is how real benefit come to the country. When we can invest and create the opportunity to improve competitiveness and expand business opportunity. And there shall be no turning back from this energy agenda in realizing these opportunities. Our country's extensive coastline, our elevated highlands, our network of waterfalls, rapids and rivers, organic waste from our massive agriculture sector, sugar factories, natural gas and petroleum production give us the exciting prospect of creating a global energy mix that involves the use of natural gas, solar, wind, hydro, and every other form of renewable source. Are we going to pursue it? Believe it, as I say to you today, it is utmost priority on the agenda of the government of Guyana. You don't need to second guess us. You don't need to read between the lines. No, you don't need to do that. We are telling you as straight as it can be the path we are pursuing, because it is a path that must bring prosperity as quickly as possible to our people, so that even an aging Alex can be a part of that prosperity as quickly as possible. So it's not only about the future, Alex, it's accelerating development so that you can enjoy it too. Thank you. The combination of which can be a solution to sustainable energy production along the Guyana Shield with our immediate neighbor, Brazil. We already recognize that the path we are pursuing will bring excessive energy. So we are already in talks with our neighbors to develop a pathway in which energy would become, and this is a mix that includes renewable energy, a major export earner for our countries. And this is a path that we're not deviating from. Locally, we have committed to reducing our dependency on fossil fuel by 70% by the year 2027. and 90% by the year 2030. We are not shying away from our global responsibility. We have made these commitments and we intend to keep them. While Guyana, therefore, is now an oil-producing state, our focus is fueled primarily by long-term sources of energy. Our development trajectory attempts to strike a balance between rapid economic development and the preservation and protection of our environment. Guyana is also bolstering growth with human development. Nothing is possible without understanding the importance of human development. Our development trajectory prioritizes people-centered development. We aspire to Guyana, which is free, prosperous, socially just, globally competitive, and which serves every citizen equitably. Guyanese must be afforded a good education, decent work, be able to start their own businesses, raise and provide for a family, own their own homes, live in a safe and secure environment, and retire with dignity. Yes, Alex, retire with dignity. Every Guyanese must have access to comprehensive and quality health care. And beginning this year, you will see that we are rolling out an aggressive agenda in achieving these. Clean water, be able to participate in sport and recreation, and freely practice their religion and culture. These are fundamental values that shape us as a nation and will never change. We must remain true to these and humble to our existence. I want to assure our regional partners that when I speak about Guyanese, I'm speaking about all of us. We are all together in this. And when we build a world-class healthcare and a world-class education system and a world-class training institute, it is for all of us in the region, and we have already commenced those discussions. Our development trajectory is being recalibrated towards increasing natural wealth building, creating economic resilience, expanding opportunities relating to the economy, enhancing social services, and investing in our people. Our national wealth will not stem exclusively from oil and gas. We'll invest in strengthening our competitiveness in existing sectors and creating the environment for new and emerging sectors. The wealth from oil and gas will be used to achieve these objectives and broaden the economic platform that drives current and future growth of our country. In this regard, agriculture, mining, forestry, fisheries, aquaculture, information communication technology, manufacturing, tourism, education, and health services are key sectors of focus. And this is how the resources will be used. I promise you this morning that I will not in no way compete with the record of the Minister of Finance on a 5-hour budget speech presentation. Critical to the achievement of competitiveness is a focus on a highly trained human resources. And this is a centerpiece of our development. We must provide our human resources with the best possible training through access, affordability, and equity. And we're investing to do this beginning this year. With our strategic partners, together, we are building out this capacity in giving the private sector, every Guyanese, the training to actively participate in the future development of our country. To support the expansion and open access to land for industry and manufacturing, a transformative and ambitious infrastructure plan is being implemented. We have commenced the development of mega projects in housing, road transport and bridges, healthcare, education, and river transport. Let me be very clear one more time. We are welcoming capital, but the capital must come at the right price. So I'm giving an open invitation like we did before. Once the capital is below at least 2.5%, AP, are we going lower now? We are negotiating very competitively. So you'll have to come with good rates and fixed storm rates. So don't second guess us. Don't say you never had the opportunity. It's open door policy. We are welcoming capital. Don't complain if you don't make use of the opportunity. We have committed ourselves to transparent governance. We are part of the EITI system. We have passed legislation for a natural resource fund. We have criminalized non-disclosure. If the Minister of Finance does not disclose the finances from oil and gas within a particular time, 3 months, then he can be convicted and sent behind bars for 10 years. And knowing Ashley Singh, he ain't going there. So we are building in these transparency measures. We are making it simple for every Guyanese in the world to understand how the money is being spent. No complicated macroeconomic formula, Professor Avinash. Very simple calculation. Every Guyanese must be able to calculate for themselves the money that is coming in and how it is being used. Simplicity of policy is successful policy. Policy making 101, right? Prime Minister Mayor. But some of us believe complexity. Complexity in policy making is a defense mechanism. When the people can't understand what you're doing, then what really are you doing? The investments are geared at boosting productivity, improving connections with our communities and people, catalyzing the opportunities, and ultimately generate tens of thousands of jobs that are sustainable. The opportunities in shore-based facilities, Deepwater Harbor, a road link to Brazil, connecting Guyana, Suriname by bridging the Quarantine River, are all actively being pursued through a partnership between countries and the private sector. To reduce the difficulties many of you experience in finding rooms, and please, outside of State House is now the finding room destination. A lot of persons were rapping on our doors to find rooms. To reduce the difficulties many of you experience in finding rooms, we're currently supporting initiatives that will see at least 6 new international branded hotels in the short to medium term. Prime Minister Motley has also offered to put on special flights next time to connect Guyana and Barbados within the hour to support large-scale activities. In supporting a modern architecture, we are also pursuing legislation to support the hemp industry. Very open again. Don't second guess us. The establishment of a special development authority, the establishment of a special development zone for tax concessions, and the development of a duty-free zone. Special incentives given to the migration of businesses to Guyana, targeting health, education, knowledge-based sector, agrochemical, fertilizer, new innovative products, and other facilities that will drive future demand and growth. While we pursue these large initiatives, we're also supporting through public-private partnership our local entrepreneurs, building their capacity and shortening their learning curve to be part of this new era of opportunities. A matrix governance system is targeted for implementation to reduce bureaucracy, eliminate red tape, and create more direct access, enhance transparency, creating a single window permitting system, e-governance, and a more digital mode of operation, and to strengthen institutions and people-centered service delivery system. To achieve this, Focus will be on investing in our people, giving them the best possible education with free university education and the best possible health care, with the state ensuring second to none primary health care services. Emphasis will be placed on equitable growth and shared prosperity. We'll invest to ensure that all Guyana and our regional partners grow together with the rising tides. National unity and political stability are built on our one Guyana that celebrates our multicultural character and focuses on the respect for diversity, rule of law, democracy, social harmony, building trust, national prosperity, and singularity of vision as a people. The democratic and prosperous Guyana with equal opportunities will not be constructed on the edifice of propaganda, misconceived perceptions, wishful thinking, arrogance, or political crassness. The one Guyana will emerge through hard work, people-centered politics, visionary thinking, a free-thinking society, and most of all, a humble country and humble people. Oil or nothing must change us. The character that builds us as a people must remain intact from generation to generation. Humble people, that is who we are. This is the pathway which we have chosen and from which we shall not divert. Using construction terms, we are building Guyana on a mat foundation, fully integrated and networked, with even distribution of weight instead of individual footing, which is isolated. And closer to most of you, in oil and gas terms, think about integrity management programs, Chairman of Exxon. In the context of the life cycle of one project, in our case, it is systemic and covers the life cycle of an entire country and its people. Our oil and gas potential is no longer an unwritten story. Crude oil reserves, which are currently estimated at 126.81 thousand barrels per day, have been ranked 17 in the world and third in Latin America and the Caribbean region. Increased production of our medium sweet crude with low sulfur content has the potential of bolstering government revenues to projected 10 billion annually by the end of the decade. In recent development, the government welcomed the positive news announced by CGX, that is, that they struck oil at Kawa 1 in the quarantine block. While we await the CGX end of well forecast, we are expecting favorable outcome based on the advice and the press release of CGX. Less than 1 week ago, the Lisa Unity FPSO commenced its commercial production with Force Oil. And I take this opportunity to congratulate all those who are associated with that. The consortium is on target to produce 560,000 barrels daily. By the end of 2026, our production, Guyana's oil production, will be approximately 850,000 barrels per day, which will make this economy a significant world supplier of crude over the next few years. The Guyanese economy is expected to strengthen with sustainable macroeconomic development. The macroeconomic fundamentals of real growth, inflation, as well as fiscal and external balances are projected to improve significantly. And I have an entire section on the economy. I would want to save you from that section, but of course, we are open for you if you want to listen. This, together with lower imports, are projected to sustain the balance of payments surplus and contribute to higher international reserves, forecasted at $2.7 billion in 2025. The stability of exchange rate will be further improved. Our focus is building a stronger Guyana, fully integrated with aspirations of our regional partners. Guyana's prosperity is linked to our region's prosperity. And this is why I'm particularly pleased with my colleagues here today. Indeed, it is our shared vision and common approach that will ensure all our people benefit from the prosperity any one of us realize. I thank you and God bless you. Have a great conference.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed, for that. If I continue the cricket analogy, we go to the player at 525 runs before lunch after the last one. So I'd like to
Ask everyone to just hold your seats for a little bit. President Ali and his colleagues, His Excellency Akufo-Addo, His Excellency Santoki, and the Honorable Mia Motley will leave now to perform the next task. I'd like to invite Mr. Darren Woods and the team accompanying you, Mr. Anthony White, as well as VP Jagdeo and Prime Minister Phillips, to leave with them, and everyone else, if you could just remain seated, please. Everyone else, if you could just keep the doors closed, please. Just keep the doors closed, please. If I could just ask you to just have your seats just for a little bit. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now, if you have stayed here, you're my prisoners. I've been given the task of keeping the jail for a few minutes. So I'm going to perform the jailer's task. I have of necessity to say thank you. Just remember to hold the door for me. It's really important. Thank you. If I could just get the thank yous, please. Okay, we'd like to thank everyone who took the time to be with us today. It's really appreciated by the conference organizers. We hope that those of you who have registered and have your accreditations, that you'd spend the rest of this week with us and that you would have a good time. If you have only been here for the opening ceremony, I would like to advise that the Expo will be open in a few minutes. So once you're here already, your invitation to the opening ceremony will allow you to visit the Expo while you're here. If you leave today without visiting the Expo, you'd be required to purchase tickets for the Expo, which are available in booths that are just outside of the Expo. Just ask any one of the staff when you see them downstairs if you need to get tickets to return to the Expo. We'd like, on behalf of the organizers, to thank our sponsors, our platinum sponsors, Go Logistics, ExxonMobil, and GTT. A reminder that if you're here for the conference, internet is free. Look for any of the GTT signs outside. You would see what to look for, and you'd get a chance to connect to free internet there. Thank you to our diamond sponsor, CNOOC, our gold sponsors, CGX Energy and Hess, as well as our gold, that was our gold plus sponsors. We have other gold sponsors, First Citizens, JHI Associates, SBM Offshore, Geico, Appen Energy, Blue Waters Shipping, and Digital Caribbean Limited. We have a gold exhibitor we'd like to thank, Saipem Corporation, and then our silver sponsors, Sol Guyana, Technic, FMC, Baker Hughes, Expo, Stena Drilling, Schlumberger, Repsol, and Titan Containers. Just some final sponsors I want to thank before we leave the room. Our bronze sponsors, Banks DIH Limited, VSH United, Peterson, Weatherford, Tenaris, NRG Holdings, Geissens Oil and Gas, and Divas IGOT of Houston. We'd also like to thank all of our partners who have supported this conference, our media partner, Tagman Media Incorporated, our airline partner, American Airlines, our branding partner, Impressions, and our networking partner, Oil Now. It has been indicated to me that I could
with him
go.
Barbados' Prime Minister Mia Mottley, Prime Minister Mark Phillips, to the end, President Santoki of Suriname. And we are looking for the President of Ghana. Should be making his way to the front as well. Once that ribbon is cut, begins the symbolic opening of the Expo here at Marriott.
But what a beautiful picture this moment is presenting to all of Guyana dignitaries, the three heads of state, the Prime Minister of Barbados, the media, a mix of local and foreign media, Guyanese on the outskirts of the Marriott Hotel and all across our land, perhaps following our coverage on radio, television, cable, online. You are witnessing an important moment for Guyana. We've heard from the three heads of state. We heard from Prime Minister Mia Mottley. I pull a quote from what she said. She said, "The day we do not have active citizenship is the day we plant the seed of our nation's destruction." And that is exactly what we do not want. We want active citizenship, which means an informed citizenry, engaged citizenry, ask the hard questions, hold our leaders responsible, and essentially just build Guyana, move Guyana from one stage to the next. The president emphasizing time and again that he is going to be a Guyana and a leader, a Guyanese leader for all Guyanese people, regardless of your political affiliation, regardless of your ethnicity. And what we're witnessing today, Leron, it speaks to that visionary leadership as he extends a hand of friendship for collaboration with Suriname, with Ghana, with Barbados, and with other stakeholders standing in the midst there. We do see the chairman of Exxon. I think you alluded that it's his inaugural visit to Guyana. Exxon and of course, the developments coming out of Exxon. We heard the president conclude towards his presentation just now about that 2 weeks ago. And so all of that, when we put it into context as to what this moment means, Leron, we have to, stand at the side and just feel a moment of pride. But so much of work still has to go into seeing Guyana being realized to its fullest potential.
It is a historic moment. A lot of people now looking on Ghana's history. They're now preparing to cut the symbolic ribbon. As you talk about that, the entrance to the exhibition site, and here goes Barbados' Prime Minister and First Lady about to cut as the president looks on. And with that snip of a very big scissors, and to the applause, the exhibition site here at the Marriott is open. The president will lead the delegation to inspect the booths. The branding, of course, done by our local company, Impressions Branding, makes his way down the red carpet. I will veil myself out of the camera's view that they can capture the president and his entourage making their way into the exhibition center. Just on the edge of the red carpet there. And in the background, you can see signage of the major sponsors. Exxon's Chairman Darren Woods, right next to the President, Prime Minister Mia Mottley, First Lady Aria Ali, Prime Minister Brigadier Retired Mark Phillips. Just in the back of that. It's overcast here. We're at the edge, the western end of the Marriott Hotel, just over the fence is the Atlantic Ocean and the Damra River being followed in. So you can see that overhead shot from the drone Everybody's going to make their way back into the building where quite a bit of exhibitors are, foreign, local, the Ghana National Bureau of Standards inside. As the president walks into the exhibition center, his first vision directly ahead of him will be the ExxonMobil booth. They're among the platinum sponsors. And there, they're likely to see on display replicas of the two drill ships, the Lisa Destiny and the Lisa Unity, which was just put into operation just about 2 weeks ago, floating offshore patrol vessels, lifting the oil and then exporting it, selling it to the market, and that money going into our wealth fund. And of course, it's going to be used to supplement part of this year's massive $552.9 billion budget to develop infrastructure across the country that everyone will benefit for. And as we talk about that, you're seeing pictures from inside the auditorium, as we told you. Their first stop would be at Exxon. The president is there, as you can see in the glass case. It's a little difficult to see at the moment, but in there, our wireless camera is going to pick up. You see those two showcases right there. On the right is the Lisa Unity. There we go, a better picture of it. And on the left, a replica of the Lisa Destiny. It's a shot from just behind the booth. You can see the First Lady, President, and the explanation going on there. We're getting you as best pictures as possible so you can see what's in there. So replicas of those massive vessels that are in our waters, drilling for oil, putting it in a barrel, and then of course shipping it outside, inshallah.
In essence, what all of that translates to is a tripling of revenues for Guyana. And I suppose, as I said this morning, or at least 2.5 hours ago, the magnitude of this transformation, what we are immersed in, we need to soak it all in and understand what it means. We know we've got Guyanese, we've got persons of other nationalities on those two vessels out in the ocean at this time. But there's certainly a moment of pride when a local lands an opportunity in whatever related oil and gas sector. And there are so many opportunities. So apart from working directly on the vessels, directly offshore, onshore, the opportunities are endless.
Yep, they sure, and that's where we come in with our services sector and providing that support, that necessary support, the local input, as you would, to provide for the hotels, for those onshore, those offshore, for the various restaurants, of course, quite a bit in Ghana, of course, you see. We're talking about development of it and everyone coming together, working together as one to go through. The president just passing GTT Business Solutions, of course, GTT part of the private sector commission also has a booth inside. You're going to find Total Energy. These are names that are going to become familiar at some point in time. You may see the logos and you might not know what they mean, but these are players in the market. And of course, Baker and Hughes just officially opened their new warehouse. They've been here for some time, but officially opening their new warehouse there. So quite a bit is going to be happening. And of course, this exhibition is open to the public, will be open to the public on Friday. For the next few days, of course, it's the delegates who are registered for this conference to participate.
We're heading up to the midday point. We've been on air for just about 3 hours or so. We wanted to ensure that wherever you are, whether you're in the Rupununi, you're in the Pomeroon, you're on the coastland, you have been part of what has happened today. You are part rather, of this International Energy Expo taking place at the Marriott Hotel in Kingston, Georgetown. And, we want you to truly appreciate that this is an energy expo. Yes, oil and gas is a main part, but energy generally, and how energy is going to move Guyana, move you and make things better for you, your families, your schools, your communities. One agency, a state agency that is also on display, and an important one, is the National Insurance Scheme. We have to ensure that everyone doing business with Guyana, that they are in compliant with Guyana's rules and regulations as it pertains to employment benefits, medical benefits. Guyana Revenue Authority is also on exhibition inside.
As well as, of course, coming with them, the customs and brokerage. You've got various insurance companies inside. Of course, we talk about that. Everything has to have, everything is supportive of each other. Everything works together. You set up a business, you go through the legal channels, you've got lawyers, you've got companies helping you to register and go through the entire business. Guyana is open for business. This is the place where you network and where you'll have the opportunities here in person or virtually to participate and get an idea, get into the market, looking at having a sustainable development fusion. Of course, governments as a transformational agenda. And of course, when you talk about that, you understand that changes don't only come with the infrastructure. Changes also have to come with legislation, the way we operate, the way we do things generally, because we're now entering, for us, it will be a new market. It's been there for a while, but with us getting in there, you're going to understand that things are going to change. Some will move a little faster, some will move a little slower, but all of that is part of the change. And then when, of course, the education campaign comes in, and that's where we play a big part. We in the media playing a big part in educating you, the questions, we ask the questions that you want to hear, to find out how will you benefit from what is being the impact of the necessary changes.
How are you? Hi, Arian. The liner? Okay, so let me say the other love. I'm sorry. Look, this done set up here. You could use it. Over everything to it. Okay, the screen share. This thing has this art? Yeah. Don't have a TV. Oh, just make sure you turn the come on, giving us problem. Mama, they don't do that. I think that is stupid. Thumbnail. No. Thumbnail in there. Right install it. Very well. Yeah. No, I think that's what I like about like back with try think about the thing, the thing. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off.
Thank you very much.
Stream it. Yo, this is streaming me screen.
Gentlemen,
Let me screen all these things.
No, 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 this is my-
Yes.
no, nothing is going out. Check Facebook.
Of it's streaming, but me just switch to this screen. Oh, oh. No, but what's saying this screen is the main screen. No, I never.
What's called the stream name? Just like the plan, never.
I just asked you to sit, but could you stand, please? President Ali has come back to
Hi.
this
Welcome back.
session. You can have your seats.
Hi.
We are privileged now to resume with the conference content. I think we all agreed that we had a very good session the first part of the morning, and our expectation is that the session now, just before lunch, would be just as rich. We are privileged to have significant speakers again in this second half of the morning session. And to lead us off in this segment of the conference would be one person who I referred to earlier when I was saying this. In my opinion, the economy has never been as dynamic as when we had young presidents. And there was a time when Mr. Jagdeo was a young president, he and I both had here, and the economy was vibrant. He's not president anymore. That might be a good thing. We have someone with here. But it's my distinct pleasure to invite an outstanding son of Guyana, outstanding leader, and a champion of the earth, the Honorable Dr. Barak Jagdeo, Vice President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, colleagues and friends, I don't know, maybe when I'm finished speaking here, the UN may withdraw the Champion of the Earth award that I got. But let me say that we're extremely happy to have you all here in Guyana. We have listened to some excellent speeches from 4 of our leaders, and I think they've set the tone for the conference. Now, I do not want to speak too much on policy issues here, largely because this conference is of the size where we can, in the course of the next couple of days, offer personalized attention to many of the people in this room. And so, what is the criticism we often hear when we go to international conferences? People say they hear great speeches, but they often leave without clarity on the policy positions of the country, and they do not get to interact with the locals as much as they wish to advance their business interests. So although this conference is privately organized, for which we're extremely grateful, the government of Guyana will see this as a success. If you leave here, Guyana, with a nuanced understanding of our policies and how they're evolving and what are the principles guiding the policy making in Guyana, and secondly, if you've had an opportunity to see a bit of our country and talk to the locals, because we're hoping that partnerships with the locals would be very important as we move forward. And as I said before, the conference is at this scale. Maybe it will grow in future years, but still at this scale where we can do so. So if you wish to meet with us, we can offer to have you meet with policymakers in the different ministries. And all you have to do is to go to the Go Invest booth downstairs and indicate that you wish to meet, and then we'll have someone meet with the delegations that are here or individuals. There are several bilaterals already programmed that the president has with many delegations. So at those instances, you have an opportunity to get a better understanding of where we stand on issues. Now, we're not going to bore you too much because we took quite a bit of time to put together as much information as we could in this document here. So rather than us coming to speak about this, you can leave with a copy of it, which outlines the history of the development of the industry in Guyana and a lot of the policy making and some of the key issues surrounding policy making here. So you can pick up a copy of this document at the Go Invest booth downstairs. Having said that, I think we need to have some clear understanding of where we stand on issues. So, and you've heard quite a bit from all the leaders who spoke before us about the complexity of the conversations that we need to have, particularly in this era, the era of net zero emissions. And how do you grow a fossil fuel industry, which we are trying to do in Guyana, and still remain faithful to that objective? So let me be very, very clear about our position. We support net zero by 2050. In fact, at this point in time, because our forest is such a huge carbon sink, we're already at net zero. In fact, we're positive. And even with us producing 1 million barrels of oil per day, with all the emissions using current technology, we will still be net zero because of the nature of our forests and the carbon sink, which the president spoke about, 19 gigatons storage and an annual emission that is equivalent, that annual the sink on an annual basis is equivalent to emissions of Norway, Sweden, Denmark combined. That is on an annual basis, but on the stock, it's 19 gigatons that it stores, the forest. So our position is we support net zero. Secondly, we support early decarbonization because we believe climate change is real, and the faster you get to a decarbonized world, the better for the entire planet. Then we can avoid catastrophic changes to the climate. Thirdly, we support a carbon price and a strong global carbon price. We've advocated for this for many years, and we support it. Now, having said all of this, one would say, how could you say this and then still want to expand your fossil fuel industry? So we believe that, as Prime Minister Motley pointed out, in 2050, in a net zero scenario, we will still need fossil fuel. And although there is a lot of rhetoric, and we were fearful that it was greenwashing before COP26, but you saw what happened after COP26. We're told that we shouldn't even treat gas as a transitional fuel. Now, the countries that were lecturing us on not doing that, they're busy urging people to develop the gas industry. So we believe that the conversation is complex, that there's a significant part of the world that doesn't have access to energy, and they need that in Africa, India, billions of people in the world. They have to be part of the growing demand for energy. Secondly, there's a natural growth in demand as the country develops. And although we hear a lot about displacement through renewable energy is not being introduced at this scale to meet that demand. And that's a fact. No matter how you try to get around it, that's the fact of today's life. So somebody has to supply this, the fuel to meet that demand. And you know, on the 24th of January, the UN Secretary General said, no, in his priorities when addressing the UN, the General Assembly, said that his priority for 2022 will be no new exploration for oil and gas. Now, clearly, that position conflicts with the positions we heard here by the four leaders who spoke before us, where they call for a more complex conversation to be had. And when we met with the Secretary General in New York, September of last year, he said to us that he never said that what he was against was subsidy for fossil fuel. And so now we see a strong position taken by the SG that is now reflective of the views of many of the countries here. And you heard just four leaders, but there are many others who believe that if the UN and many of the developed world, they take that position, then effectively, if you're saying we can't develop it, you're locking in the existing producers in a monopoly. They have a monopoly for the next 30 years, even if you don't use fossil fuel, but we know we'd still need it in 2050. So he's effectively arguing for a monopoly for the existing producers and developers, and not for, when you say no new exploration. And they're worried about stranded assets. Well, if you invest, well, that's the responsibility for the investors. But what about unused, stranded assets that we have if we don't explore potential, if we can't find this? And so in Guyana's case, we support accelerated exploration. We're making it clear. We support accelerated exploration, and our incentive regimes will reflect that support for accelerated exploration. And you will see measures taken in Guyana, not just to encourage the existing holders of concessions to move swiftly to exploration and to expand and to increase the pace of that. But at some point in time, the remaining blocks for which we have been, many people are asking, when can we access a block or some concession offshore? In the past, it was on the first come, first served basis. But since we found oil, we have changed the policy. We have made it clear that we'll either go to an auction sometime in the third quarter of this year, with or without seismic done on our part. That decision still has to be made in government, or alternately use those blocks to form a national oil company, because we have had some proposals from people in this room, from some large operators, to work with the government in a national oil company and utilize the remaining blocks. To offer clarity, by the third quarter of this year, all of those decisions would be made. So we'd either make a decision that will be part of the national oil company, those remaining blocks, or we'll tender them with or without seismic. So I hope that answers the question for those that were wondering how they can apply for new blocks. Now, we have been trying to evolve the regime, because the pace of development has been rapid, a rapid one. And we have to, at the government level of the government, we have to try to keep the regimes evolving and our regulatory approvals at the pace so that we don't become a humbug on the development of the industry and slow down the pace. It has been a challenge. And so whilst we have not evolved all of the policies and the structures, the institutional structures, the management structures, the regulations to where we will wish them to be, ultimately in what a mature environment will be for the management and the regulation of the sector. We're still lagging in that regard. I just want to tell you about some of the key principles that would guide us as we go, as we evolve all of these regimes. So the first one is about shared prosperity and about ensuring that the investor in this high-risk sector would also have an opportunity to get a return that mirrors the risk. That's important for us from an investor's perspective. So the regimes, fiscal regimes, the new PSA, all of these issues would be evolved in a direction not to remove the incentives for fast-paced exploration, nor a decent return on capital, which is a legitimate, but at the same time, we'll try to ensure that a greater portion of that is akin to the industry standards that will come to the people and the country. And so in the new PSA that we are working on, those would be the main principles guiding the evolution of the PSA. We want a decent return for the investor that would allow them to raise the capital, and we want fast enough remaining there so it would incentivize fast exploration or early exploration. At the same time, we believe we can have a greater share of the proceeds in the industry for the country too. So there is, as we work on this, when you hear about the new PSA, don't be unduly alarmed that it's going to take away all the incentives, but it will be done in a manner that where the prosperity has to be shared. Secondly, we want to ensure that there is predictability. And so a lot of our regimes, whether it is in the new act, the Petroleum Act, which badly needs updating and we're working on. It's a 1986, it was passed in 1986. It's not fit for purpose in this new environment, and we're aggressively working to evolve it. But again, it will evolve to ensure that the industry standards are and cutting edge standards, that those are observed and provided for in the act. Now, clearly building out a policy, oil and gas policy in the net zero scenario obligates us to push the companies that are investing to use progressively new technology that would be low emission technology. So again, you would see an attempt in our regulatory push to encourage and to incentivize or to penalize in some cases the movement towards using new technology that are lower emitting technology, because that's crucial in the future. It will come from either the EPA side, the Environmental Protection Act, or through changes in the core legislation that is the Petroleum Act itself. On the local content policy, as the president said, this policy was not to disincentivize or to shut out private foreign capital. In fact, the partnerships are badly required in this sector. And we're hoping that by setting that framework, that the locals can also benefit from the prosperity that will emerge. We, as going back to the concept of shared prosperity, we believe the industry will be more sustainable, and we can avoid what has happened in many countries that have had the experience of producing oil and gas, where you have enclavic pockets of prosperity and masses of people don't feel the impact of the industry. We're resolved to have that not happen in this country. And so there are enormous opportunities. We have limited the Annex 1, that is the requirement for local content policy, to a number of sectors that we believe we have the capacity in, the locals, and they also, without pushing up the cost of doing business to the investors or compromising on the quality of the investment. That's the balance there. And you have enough opportunities, even in the evolving sector, across, not just in oil and gas industry there itself, but in the support services to the industry to stimulate all the interests that you have in this room and more. And when you look at scales, I think the reason why the president made it so clear that we welcome foreign capital here, which is often countries hide from that and they think that it's a bad thing to say. But if you look at the investable capital in our banking system, our total deposits, through that, the Stabroek block alone, the developments there in the projects that have already been approved and Yellowtail, which is soon to be approved, will probably spend about $30 billion. That's probably about 10 times, maybe more than the total deposits in our banking system. 10 times more. So just to give you an idea of the scale of resources which could never be found here among locals. That's why we need that partnership to unlock these opportunities. And so we'd always have to remain open to foreign capital and incentivizing foreign capital, but with the caveat that our locals must share that prosperity. And we believe we can find a good medium for that to happen. Another key element of our approach, one of the principles in which we approach things in this sector is transparency, full transparency. For procurement opportunities, we've been pushing the companies to open up on that. And we ourselves, the president mentioned the Natural Resources Fund Act, and on the 4 areas that we have identified from receipts of fund, we have now made it clear that all proceeds from oil and gas companies must be published in the official gazette and notified to the parliament within 3 months of receipt. And he mentioned to you, should that the Minister of Finance fail to do so, you have a penalty of 10 years imprisonment. So every Guyanese would know at the end of the year how much money we collect. It's a formula-based withdrawal from the fund, which would allow every Guyanese at the end of the year, having known the receipt for the year, to calculate in the following year's budget how much money will come from the fund into the budget. Thirdly, all the use of the fund would be appropriated, every cent. We've removed any direct charge on the fund, and every cent spent through the fund must be totally appropriated through a parliamentary process. And then we've inserted a strong management team at that board of directors. And the Minister of Finance was in control totally for managing the fund. We've now put in a board of directors, and you have 2 members on that board of the 5 members board, one coming from the parliament and one coming from the private sector to be part of the board. So total transparency is in the sector is vital for us to move forward. On the gas strategy, again, so we're working on a gas strategy. We believe that gas could be as important as oil. We have to convince our partners about the associated gas. There's a lot of associated gas, 16 trillion. They believe that it's better to re-inject the gas. We believe that we're doing some studies. We asked them to see if we monetize this, whether we can get more jointly from using the gas than the re-injection. So, but even on its own, we're trying to move this forward. We believe, and working with Suriname, we had this discussion to move to use gas as a major source in the future of earning too, and we're keeping our fingers crossed there. In the meantime, the president mentioned about the pipeline we're building and the development surrounding that, the use of the power there. We're going to be tripling our install capacity in power using solar, gas power, gas power plant and hydro, and yet reduce within the next 5-6 years and reduce our emissions by 70%, although tripling install capacity. So that is how we meet our climate obligations too. So these are just some of the areas where the policy making is evolving in. These are some of the principles that will be guiding our policy making in all of these areas. Already I'm speaking for too long. We try to reduce bureaucracy. But as I said before, this is not the end. This is not like me just come in and make a speech. We have an opportunity to meet with many of you. You will have a chance to speak with our ministers and their technical staff. We want to use your stay in Guyana. The locals have access to us all the time. So don't ask, no local company should ask to meet us in the next 2 days. You do that after, okay? Have the foreign companies who are here, if they want to meet, we'll meet with you. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Vice President Jacqueline, for your presentation. I've done the cricket from the school. We also have today the signature honor of having among our speakers on this opening morning, the chairman of ExxonMobil, Mr. Darren Woods. I was just checking to see whether this is the first time that Mr. Woods as chairman has been in Guyana. And I was advised that he was previously, but it has been 4 years. And in my view, that's way too long, given all that's taking place. We hope that you would make this a more frequent destination, given the continued success of the efforts here. Mr. Woods, welcome to the podium. We will hear from you.
Thank you, Alex, for that introduction. And I was pleased to hear that you're no longer scoring for the cricket, because I have a confession to make. I don't play cricket. And I'm not sure I'd be a very good batsman. So I'm glad that part of the production is over. Maybe let's start by recognizing a few dignitaries, and starting, of course, with our gracious hosts, President Ali and the First Lady of Guyana, and recognize President Santoki. It's in addition, I'd like to thank the delegations that are here and representing the segments of our industry, as well as many of our stakeholders. I am very grateful to be here this afternoon. After managing the challenges of COVID for the past 2 years, it is really a sincere pleasure to meet here today in person, and frankly, to spend time yesterday with the organization that is doing our company so proud. It's an honor to be in Guyana to discuss the project that began a relatively short time ago as a frontier exploration, which today has become one of the most exciting and successful deep water developments in the world. It's a project that we've advanced in close partnership with the people and the government of Guyana. And we are very proud of our work and what we've accomplished together, which will be the focus of my comments today. It is truly remarkable how far we've come since we signed the production sharing contract for the Stabroek Block in 1999. That first step was the beginning of Guyana's future as an energy powerhouse. It led to the first discovery in 2015 at the Liza-1 well, and we all know what followed. It was a remarkable find that opened the door to more than 20 significant discoveries in one of the world's largest oil fields. Today, we estimate the block holds the equivalent of more than 10 billion oil equivalent barrels. This is an enormous accomplishment. Our collective success here is unmatched in modern history. In fact, since 2015, more than 11% of the conventional oil discovered in the world has been found right here in Guyana. And I'll say today that that is just the beginning. Many parts of the basin remains unexplored and are still considered frontier. Additional exploration will further improve our understanding and may present even more development opportunities. While our partnership has been extremely successful in finding resources, it's been equally adept at bringing them to production safely and efficiently. Liza Phase 1 began producing oil within 5 years of a discovery, a fraction of the time it typically takes to bring a newly discovered field of this size to production. To do that, we leverage world-class project execution strategies and skills while continuing extensive exploration. As a result, just over 2 years later, Liza Phase 2 is now producing. And progress on a third project, Payara, is not far behind. On top of that, the construction of the hull for our fourth production vessel, the Yellowtail project, is complete, and we expect to reach a final investment decision soon. These world-class projects are just the beginning. We anticipate having 6 projects producing by 2027 and see the potential for up to 4 more in the later years. By the end of the decade, Guyana's production from the Stabroek Block alone could increase to more than 1 million barrels per day, with potential for additional growth from ongoing exploration. This progress is virtually unprecedented. In just 15 years, Guyana's production has gone from nothing to potentially 1 million barrels per day. This is an incredible accomplishment and one in which we should be very proud. I would also like to point out something that we are equally proud of, and that's how we went about achieving this remarkable success. It required a strong, supportive partnership among co-venturers, the government, the local business community, and the people of Guyana. From the very beginning, we worked together to ensure that our activities had far-reaching and enduring benefits for the country and its people. We believe it is vitally important that benefits are widely shared. This includes increasing the capabilities of the local workforce and building new infrastructure. That's the focus of the Gas to Energy project, the Greater Guyana Initiative, and other efforts developed to develop capacity and maximize local content. The idea behind the gas to energy project is to transport up to 50 million cubic feet of natural gas per day by pipeline from Lisa phase 1 and 2 to processing facilities onshore. This new domestic natural gas supply would provide a lower emission source of energy and significantly reduce the cost of electricity in Guyana. We're working closely with the government on this project and expect to make significant progress over the next few years. In addition, last year, we launched the Greater Guyana Initiative, a 10-year, $100 million commitment by the Staybrook Block co-venturers to support local capacity building programs. The first phase is funding significant expansion of the Center for Local Business Development, technical, education, and training programs, and more recently, support for the University of Guyana. We're hopeful that these efforts will continue to expand the growing opportunities for Guyanese workers. Today, there are more than 3,500 Guyanese and 800 local suppliers supporting our activities. This is an impressive result, and there are many to thank, including the government of Guyana, our partner companies and key contractors, and many Guyanese businesses and organizations. It was very rewarding to see these capacity building efforts recognized late last year when ExxonMobil won the Excellence Award for Corporate Social Responsibility from the World Petroleum Congress. It's important that this progress continues, and I know from my discussions with President Ali and Vice President Jagdeo that this is a very high priority for them. Increasing local participation through capacity building is a key component of value our industry brings to Guyana. From our perspective, continued progress means achieving local content while also continuing to attract international investment, technology, and expertise that relies on the country's stable and predictable regulatory regime. We thank the government for providing supporting this approach. We've made a lot of progress in advancing local opportunities for the people of Guyana, and through our partnership, we remain committed to making even more and further advancements. Another very important commitment by each of the partners is ensuring safe and responsible operations. From the beginning, we established safety as a core value, an area where we would not compromise. Whether working offshore with heavy equipment, unloading items at the shore base, or navigating traffic on the way to the office, it's paramount that each member of the team maintain the safety of themselves and their coworkers as a first priority. Each of us has this responsibility. At ExxonMobil, safety is woven into the fabric of our culture. In 2020, we achieved our best ever safety and reliability results. And I'm pleased to say in 2021, we sustained that exceptional performance. In Guyana specifically, there were no process safety incidents last year, and the crew on the Lisa Destiny vessel exceeded 800 days without a recordable incident. The Lisa Unity, which started production last week, has also recorded more than 150 days without an incident. That is outstanding performance. We feel very good about it and thinks it illustrates the capabilities of the local workforce and the business community. And just as safety is an important priority, so too is environmental protection, another cornerstone commitment of the partnership. We know that conservation is a critical priority in Guyana. And it's certainly easy to understand when you consider the incredible beauty and biodiversity of the world's famous rainforest, which covers more than 87% of the country. That's why ExxonMobil's foundation last year announced a $7 million donation to support the conservation work of the Iwakoma International Center, named for the massive forest located in the heart of the Guyana Shield. The foundation is also supporting the University of Guyana scholarships to develop future leaders in conservation, sustainable development, and economic diversification. We also share Guyana's focus on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and advancing the energy transition. ExxonMobil is working to play a leading role in this global cause and is committed to extending our leadership to Guyana in support of the country's own climate ambitions. In 2020, we set emission reduction plans for our company to be achieved in 2025. When last year's results are finalized later this quarter, we expect to meet these objectives 4 years early. This is a testament to the intense focus and hard work of our people. Our success led us to set even more aggressive plans for 2030. That should reduce our greenhouse gas intensities by 20 to 30% and reduce our absolute emissions by 20% compared to 2016 levels. The experience that we gained developing these reduction plans gives us confidence for what we can ultimately achieve and helped form the basis of our recently announced net zero ambition. To achieve net zero scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions from our operations, we're taking a comprehensive approach centered on developing emission reduction roadmaps for major operated assets. Of course, that includes our operations here in Guyana, where we're applying critical technology for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Take our Liza Unity production vessel as just one example. It's the first vessel of its kind to achieve the American Bureau's of Shipping's recognition for sustainability for both its design and operating procedures. And it's indicative of our approach to deep water developments, which we expect to be amongst the industry's best for greenhouse gas intensity. We're also exploring additional lower emission solutions for Guyana, such as carbon capture and storage, which is aligned with the government's sustainable objectives. ExxonMobil is a world leader in carbon capture and storage and has cumulatively captured more human-made CO2 than any other company. This technology is at the heart of our low carbon solutions business that we launched last year. This new business leverages our capabilities, technical strengths, and market experience. It's working to commercialize carbon capture and storage, hydrogen and biofuels, all key to reducing emissions in the economy's hard to decarbonize sectors. To reduce our own emissions and expand the low carbon solutions business, we're investing more than $15 billion through 2027. With supportive government policies, we can accelerate these efforts and invest even more. These actions demonstrate our commitment to help address climate change while providing the energy and products that billions of people depend on every day. People need access to energy, including the energy that we're producing right here in Guyana. It's essential to improving mobility, education, healthcare, availability of food, and many other basic needs. As global populations grow and people become more prosperous, the need for energy will continue to increase. By taking a thoughtful approach, we can further the responsible development of energy resources and drive the emissions reductions that are so vitally needed. I will conclude today by thanking the government and the people of Guyana for welcoming us to your country and enabling such a strong and successful partnership. As I've highlighted today, we have much to be proud of, both in terms of what we've achieved, but also in how we achieved it, with a dedication to local development and responsible operations. We've made an incredible amount of progress in just a few years. Our history here may be relatively short, but we look forward to a long and successful future together. We are committed to Guyana and optimistic about the future and what we can achieve together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darren Woods. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Mr. John Hess, who is with us today. Okay, we're going to just pause for a minute. President Ali is going to escort Mr. Woods and some others out, and then we will continue with our presentations.
We're going to continue. We have two more presentations before we get to lunch. It's a long way to lunch, but we're having a good time. So if you could take your seats as we proceed. We'll now move to our next presentation. Our next presentation is going to be one that's virtual, and we would like you to pay attention to our first virtual speaker in this year's conference, Dr. Daniel Jurgen, who's the Vice President of IHS Markit. Dr. Jurgen.
Thank you very much. Greetings to all. It's an honor to be part of this program and, of course, to recognize the leadership of His Excellency President Mohammed Irfan, the President of Guyana, and the Honorable Vice President Bharat Jagdeo, and recognizing also the other distinguished people who are there, distinguished officials, Chairman White representing the conference hosts, members of the private sector and the media, and distinguished guests. It's a real honor to address this very important and this historic Guyana Energy Conference and Expo. It's great testament to what Guyana has achieved and will achieve. And with my remarks, I hope to provide a framework for this gathering. I have two key interrelated topics. One is Guyana's opportunity and its place in the global energy system. And two, it's what's happening in the oil world and prospects looking out a decade and what that means for Guyana. The title of my new book, which is called The New Map, helps to provide some guidance for my remarks today. The title, The New Map, refers literally to the new geography and the new trade routes of world energy, and more broadly, a new terrain of global supplies, geopolitics, and as we know today, geopolitical conflict, and climate and technology. It's really demonstrated actually by the story. If I can take a minute, I have an article in today's Wall Street Journal about that, which less than 2 decades, it was assumed that the United States was going to be the world's biggest importer of liquefied natural gas, LNG. It's now, this year, it becomes the biggest exporter, and totally new trade routes have been established that take gas from the United States to Europe, to China, to Japan, really altering the map of global trade and of some geopolitical significance. This new map is part of the story, and Guyana too is part of the story of the new map. Guyana, as you all know, is emerging as a key locality, a major new oil province on the new map of world energy. It's very significant for the people and the economy of Guyana and what this development can deliver. And also it's very significant as a new growth area for world oil. As you all know, Guyana had a generous endowment of oil. It's always been there, but no one knew it. It was considered a frontier area with no commercial prospects. It was considered very high risk and with very little interest to the global industry. But a few companies were willing to take that risk, applying advances in technology and creative geopolitical thinking, and transformed a province that was seen to have no prospects into one whose great prospects are being realized today. It's a world-class project delivery by the companies involved. It's quite extraordinary to go 3 years from first investment decision to first oil. It just doesn't happen normally in the world with a project of this scope. And of course, the second oil just started with Liza Unity. What are the results? Low cost, low carbon oil, geographically advantaged for a world market that needs that oil. IHS Markit estimates the total basin discovered resources. I mean, you've heard the 10 billion barrel number, but we estimate currently that it's in excess of 13.5 billion barrels of oil equivalent, with another yet to find potential of 9.3 billion barrels of oil equivalent, meaning that the ultimate recovery total is something like 23 billion barrels of oil recovery. And we believe this number is set to rise as more plays and sub-plays are tested. What Guyana has achieved is quite remarkable, measured in the speed of development and the simultaneous careful attention to environmental and social context. The environmental commitments are notable as embodied, as President Irfan Ali has announced, in the expanded low carbon development strategy and the tax and limits on flaring from production. This whole development process in Guyana has been characterized by decision-making that has enabled the project to go ahead and start returning revenues to Guyana earlier than major projects like this in other countries, which Vice President Jardeo just emphasized. It was important to get revenues quickly, not to take 10 years, but to take 3 years. Guyana recognizes the importance of strong institutions. It's working with the international community to support that endeavor, best practices among companies, and best practices for the institutions that Guyana is in the process of developing. Again, I think one of the smart things that Guyana did was recognize that there is real risk in this kind of development, as the Vice President just talked about, and that if you recognize it, you get fast development and faster revenues. As I say, this whole development in other countries would have taken much longer and been stymied and disrupted and interrupted along the way. What makes a difference is the quality of decision-making. Let me explain. In my previous book, The Quest, I focused on a concept I developed my own thinking called the quality of decision-making. Case study number 1 is Qatar and Iran in the Middle East. They share one of the largest, if not the largest, natural gas field in the world. Qatar developed it in a very orderly way in sustainable partnership with companies, including ExxonMobil, and now ranks with the United States as one of the 2 largest LNG exporters in the world. It's also a country with a small population, and it's gone from being a very poor country to be one of the highest per capita incomes in the world. It's really quite astonishing, and it's a very interesting case study to look at. Yet Iran has yet to develop its LNG capacity. Of course, there's more than one reason, but even without sanctions, Iran just could not stop negotiating. It regarded the companies that it would work with not as partners, but as adversaries. One of the big reasons for Qatar's success was the quality of decision-making. What does that mean? It means timely decision-making. It means realistic competitive terms. It means stability and predictability in the fiscal system and regulation. It means sanctity of contracts. And it means regarding the international companies as partners who bring capabilities and skill and technology and execution talents, and regarding them as partners, not adversaries. That, I think, is essential to the formula for success. It's been what we've been working in Guyana and continuing to focus on ensuring and building the quality of decision-making will be essential in the future. Because high quality decision-making is even more important today and in the future. Oil companies no longer had that fevered drive to add new reserves that we saw in the previous decades. They're going to be much more selective. Many countries, as I observe, are simply behind the times. They don't see how conditions have changed. They haven't gotten the word. They're still living in the kind of what we might say that nationalistic era of the 1970s. And the proof, the evidence, the consequence, you'll see it in headlines about the outcome of bidding rounds for different countries around the world in which the key words are disappointing outcome. The category of disappointing outcomes is something that Guyana wants to avoid. Guyana today is in a competitive position. The IHS Markit PEPS analysis ranks it as the 10th most competitive jurisdiction, for upstream E&P investment out of 45 countries. And I hasten to add, ahead of Brazil and ahead of Argentina. That's a position that Guyana should strive to maintain. Guyana is proving to be a guide, a model for how to get things done and developing the institutions and approaches that the times require. A regulatory system that meets the need of the people and embodies high environmental standards, that will provide sustained revenues for development and rising standards of living, a framework for the development of the country's resources in an appropriate way and an environmentally responsible way that will work for the people of Guyana. And by the way, in addition, sends an important message to companies around the world that Guyana has a trustworthy investment climate, which will bring investment and partners into other sectors. But the challenge, and we've heard some of that today, is managing the flow of money into the country to avoid overheating and distortions, to be prepared for the ups and downs of the oil market, because there will be ups and downs. These are challenges that will be of ongoing importance. But let me underline, issues will come up, questions will come up, times will change, controversies will emerge, but resolving them within the sound framework that the government has established and in partnership with the companies, that will be of benefit to all. But where does Guyana fit into the global map? You've heard some of that just now from Darren Woods. The oil industry has always gone through cycles. You have to remember that. As I said, ups and downs and ups. But the recent one is the most dramatic and extreme that I know of. And as some of you know, I've written a few books on this subject, including The Prize, The Quest, and The New Map. Less than 2 years ago, negative prices. People hadn't heard of negative prices before. People were having to pay other people to take oil away. Today, oil prices well over $90 a barrel, with a real prospect of exceeding $100 a barrel, at least for the short time, depending what happens with Ukraine. What happened? During the lockdown of the pandemic, oil consumption really collapsed because economic activity stopped with the lockdown. Some people thought peak oil demand had been reached in 2019. At IHS Market, we never believed that. Our advice was don't generalize in the middle of a pandemic. As it turned out, the rebound has been very strong economically and in terms of oil demand. We expect 2022 oil demand to end up higher than the pre-pandemic year of 2019. Our careful analysis and what I write about and take you through the thinking in the new map indicates that oil demand continues to grow until 2030 or even into the 2030s. The basic message is the world will need oil. It may not look that way in Brussels and the European Union. And I was struck by Vice President Jadeo's comment about Guyana and other developing countries being lectured to. Brussels, European Union, what's the share of population? 5% of world population. 80% of the people in this world live in developing countries. They need energy for growth, and demand will grow because of that. India, I'm on the only non-Indian on the energy think tank of the Indian government. India is building a $60 billion natural gas infrastructure system. Europe says there's only one existential question, and that's climate, but Europe is rich, and it's become rich over several centuries. For developing countries, economic growth, poverty reduction, raising standards of living, better health, these are also existential questions, as Guyana knows, and as the other countries that are there know. Something that was already evident at that COP26 conference in Glasgow was a new north-south divide between developed and developing countries, in which rich countries of the north are seeking to impose absolute climate policies on developing countries of the south. I recently chaired a session with oil ministers from Africa. All regarded the efforts of the North to prevent hydrocarbon development as, and I use this word carefully, as discrimination against the South. The energy minister of Senegal said that European banks are refusing to finance a natural gas pipeline that they need for their economy, for the health of their people. And she said it's like they've removed the ladder and they expect us to jump or to fly. I think Vice President Bharat Jadeo has eloquently and very clearly answered the critics, pointing out that the per capita income in the developed world is 10 or 11 or 12 times higher than Guyana. And that question of per capita incomes is central for Guyana. He's also pointed out that Guyana is carbon neutral because of its extraordinary forest cover, a vast carbon sink, which is also one of the world's great assets and should be recognized. But what about the world oil market as we meet today? Simply put, it's a very tight market. The balance between supply and demand is very thin because of the economic recovery. And in view of IHS market, it's getting thinner. It's the result of the strength that I talked about in the global economy, the recovery of demand, and on the other side, what I call preemptive underinvestment. Preemptive underinvestment. Not enough investment going into oil and gas in order to assure the fuels. Look at Europe today. In addition to the Ukraine crisis, it's an energy crisis. It's been an energy crisis since the autumn. Natural gas prices there are 4 times average. Consumers are really starting to feel it. It's because of energy shortages, lack of investment that hasn't gone on. And I think that's an endemic problem that the world will have to confront, and it will affect the energy transition if it goes through, turns out to be a very rough road. Right now, it's a tight oil market, and a tight oil market means that it's a crisis-prone oil market. Things can happen. And a crisis is sitting on the doorsteps of the world oil market today, and it's called Ukraine, and it's called the Russian troops massing on the borders of Ukraine. It affects the oil market because, among other reasons, it is a standoff between 2 of the world's 3 major oil producers, Russia and the United States. There's a risk of disruption of all kinds, the uncertainty. You know, they say once the first shot goes off, all the plans go out the window in a war, and if that's what happens here. And this would mean risk of disruption to both oil and gas flows directly because of disruption, also because of sanctions, because of the impact on financial flows and so forth. It is, hour by hour, a very dangerous situation. Yesterday, a little of the pressure was relieved. Today, the reports are that the Russian forces are getting more into preparation. You have to go back as far as the 1960s, when John F. Kennedy was president of the United States, to find as serious a crisis as is unfolding in Europe today. And even without actual disruption, without a shot being fired, you can feel the fear in the oil market. And that's what's getting oil closer and closer to $100 a barrel. What can relieve the pressure in the market? A peaceful resolution of the Ukraine crisis, no Russian invasion. And if I may speak in geopolitical terms right now, it's one person, Vladimir Putin, who controls the calendar in terms of what's happened. There is off on the side an Iran nuclear deal, potentially, that people think may well be near. It's ironic that as one set of sanctions are getting ready to be applied on Russia, another set of sanctions must come off on Iran. And we think that that would add about, if they do come off, would add about 1 million barrels a day of oil to the market, which would relieve some of the upward price pressure, but it will still remain a rather tight market. Another factor out there that could affect what happens to the market is the world economy, a slowing world economy. Inflation has now become, at least in many developed countries, including, I can tell you, in the United States, the #1 economic issue. And the Federal Reserve and other central banks are pivoting away from pouring money into the economy to tightening credit, and now talking about several credit tightenings. And it's a big political issue, I can tell you, in the United States right now. It has become a very big political issue. And so if central banks, having rediscovered inflation, slam on the brakes in terms of interest rates, that would slow the economy. It would hit many emerging markets, and it would reduce, it would bring down, take some of the pressure off the oil market, because it would reduce economic growth. But I think at this point, you have to assume this year is tight. That means high prices, and that means, frankly, with Liza 1 and Liza Destiny and Liza Unity coming on, that is bringing revenues to Guyana that are much more considerable than would have been anticipated even a year ago. So altogether, when we add it up all, we are on a new terrain and with a new map. And Guyana is in the process of achieving a crucial place on that map. It has a world-class resource base. It is committed to very thoughtful, careful, informed decision-making, a high quality of decision-making, recognizing that you have to think long-term. You have to think about how do you expedite your development and bring those revenues in for development. It has committed and capable partners in the companies represented here who are focused on responsible execution. All of that will give it a world-class opportunity for economic growth and development, will bring immense benefit to the country and its people. But also what's happening in Guyana is of world importance. It's world-class development that's happening. And what is happening in Guyana will be an important new contribution to global energy security. And that too is something that will benefit Guyana, as it will also benefit the rest of the world. Thank you, and I wish you the best in the continuing discussions in this very important, timely, and for Guyana historic conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jürgen. I don't know if you're still on and hearing me, but I
Yes.
have a quick Jürgen story to tell. Someone contacted me 2 or 3 days ago and said, I hear you have Jürgen speaking. I said, yes, it's a big deal. They said, well, I read his book, and when I saw he was coming to the conference, I went out and bought 12 copies, and I have them for him to personally sign. And I haven't had the courage yet to tell the person that he wasn't coming in person. So I'm not even looking too far into the crowd, because there may be a guy I know with 12 books sitting there. But we are grateful that Dr. Jürgen.
Can I say something, Alex? Let me jump in.
We connected with Dr. Jennifer Wilcox. If you were following your program, you would have noticed that Dr. Wilcox was supposed to speak before Dr. Jürgen with a site connectivity issue, but that's fixed. And so now I'd like to quickly introduce Dr. Jennifer Wilcox, the Assistant or Acting Assistant Secretary in the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management in the United States Department of Energy. Dr. Wilcox.
Great. Thank you so much for having me here today. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the government of Guyana for the invitation to speak today. These are very important times in the growing relationship between our two countries. So I want to thank the organizers for this great event. The Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management within the U.S. Department of Energy is one of the U.S. government's main agencies in charge of supporting investments in technology that will lead to a sustainable transition to a net zero greenhouse gas emissions future. As you know, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has reported that absent deep reductions in carbon dioxide emissions, average global temperatures will exceed 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels in the coming decades. The Biden administration has taken very strong action toward decarbonizing the US fossil economy, setting a goal to cut US emissions by 50% by 2030, to produce 100% clean electricity by 2035, and ultimately reach a net zero carbon economy by mid-century by 2050. Last November at the Glasgow Climate Summit, the United States announced its largest ever commitment to reduce climate impacts on countries that are the most vulnerable to the changing climate. And in order to meet our net zero climate goals, both carbon capture and carbon removal from the atmosphere will be required. And it's important to distinguish between these two tools, these two approaches. Retrofitting a power plant or an industrial facility like a cement plant with carbon capture, and when coupled to dedicated and reliable geologic storage, these approaches avoid the CO2 from ever entering the atmosphere. But we're at a point that avoiding emissions alone is no longer enough to meet our climate goals. There are sectors today that are very hard to decarbonize, like the agricultural sector, some parts of the transportation sector, like aviation and shipping. In order to achieve net zero, we'll also need to do carbon dioxide removal. This is the separation of CO2 from the atmosphere directly. This is hundreds of times more dilute than point sources like power plants and some industrial facilities. In fact, IPCC modeling shows that only emission scenarios that include carbon dioxide removal achieve net zero globally by 2050. The Department of Energy is investing in all of these approaches: point source carbon capture, dedicated and reliable carbon storage, and carbon removal technologies. We're investing in their development and first-of-a-kind demonstrations. The first-of-a-kind demonstration is always more costly, but by learning by doing, we can move down the cost curve, ultimately making these approaches more economic and ultimately commercially available. Just recently, the United States Congress passed the bipartisan infrastructure law that will spend $62 billion to fund 16 demonstration and 32 deployment programs. Last year, we selected 12 engineering design projects to advance point source carbon capture technologies that can capture at least 95% of CO2 emissions generated from natural gas power and industrial facilities. And once CO2 is captured, it can be stored deep underground in geologic formations. The bipartisan infrastructure law targets $2.5 billion for carbon storage validation and testing. With strategic thinking and a lot of hard work, many successful CCS technologies can be put into use in the next several years. We're happy to be working with Guyana in their efforts to deploy CCS and CDR. As your government plans to design critical infrastructure, it's vital to recognize that as the transition to net zero emissions expands, hydrocarbon producers with the lowest carbon footprint will have the greatest value. This includes a leak-tight supply chain through minimizing methane emissions. It's also critical to keep in mind that there will continue to be options for decarbonizing the energy that we extract from fossil fuels. Our office focuses on investing in solutions that minimize both environmental and climate impacts from the production all the way to the use of fossil fuels. In addition to point source carbon capture, carbon storage, and carbon dioxide removal, our office's work on climate emphasizes CO2 conversion. So looking at other ways to manage CO2, converting it to useful feedstocks or chemicals, clean hydrogen, critical minerals production, and methane emissions reduction. In addition to decarbonization, we all must work with private industry to reduce methane emissions associated with fossil fuel production and its transport, and ultimately its use. It's a huge challenge in the United States, which has a significant job ahead in eliminating methane emissions from the fossil fuel supply chains. Guyana has a chance to build new infrastructure with state-of-the-art leak mitigation technology that will put its industry at the leading edge of the world's fossil energy infrastructure transition to net zero. And I want to turn back to the topic of direct air capture and carbon dioxide removal. As I mentioned previously, both carbon capture and carbon removal from the accumulated pool in the atmosphere will be required to meet climate goals. Recent studies from the United States National Academy of Sciences to the International Energy Agency show that by 2050, humanity will have to remove on the order of gigatons of CO2 from the atmosphere every year through carbon removal approaches to achieve net zero. We're quite far from these targets today at just thousands of tons of removal each year. And I want to be clear that globally, we emit roughly 40 gigatons of CO2, and that we have natural sinks like oceans and the terrestrial biosphere like forests that actually take care already of 50% of those emissions. But the key is to carbon removal and having this impact on the order of gigatons, we need to increase those natural sinks, not rely on just how they are operating today. There's a lot of ways that we can remove CO2 from the atmosphere. The portfolio is broad. Every region globally has something to offer to this space. The Department of Energy currently leads an interagency task force in all of government approach, pursuing the advancement of carbon dioxide removal technologies. Some of these include direct air capture. In direct air capture, you use chemicals, minerals, or biological feedstocks to directly react with CO2 in the atmosphere. There's also soil carbon sequestration. So through advanced agricultural practices like cover crops or low tillage, this can lead to increased carbon storage in soils. Afforestation and reforestation, storing CO2 in newly grown or regrown forests. Improved forest management is another approach. Again, we rely on forests today to serve as a carbon sink, but with increasing warming and climate change advancing, we can also see that they will become sources. Certain regions have increased risk of forest fires, where these sinks are reversing and becoming sources today. So improving their management to lead to additionality, to lead to increased carbon removal is also an important tool. And because Guyana's tropical forests and coastal ecosystems are high quality carbon sinks, your country is in a great position to develop afforestation and biological capture technologies that would be a great addition to point source capture and reliable storage. And for our part, the US Department of Energy in general and the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management more specifically, stands ready to support critical technology, RD&D, and partnerships with industry to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. My message to you today is that we all have a unique opportunity. We have a moral responsibility and a compelling vision to help tackle the climate crisis and advance to a net zero clean energy future. This is a huge responsibility, and it's one that we're prepared to meet head on. I want to again thank the government of Guyana for this invitation to speak to you today, and thanks to everybody in the audience for attending this conference and for your time today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wilcox. I assure you that the response here in our audience is very good, though you're unable to see and hear this for yourself. Everyone else, we've come to lunch on the first day, and I'd like to invite you to partake at the various lunch stations. In keeping with our efforts to keep everyone safe during COVID, you're going to get your lunch as a packed lunch so you could make space and be able to consume that properly. Don't think it's just because we want to give you a doggy bag. We're trying to take care of you and send you home in the same state that we brought you here. We're going to resume at 3. We're 1 hour behind schedule, so we will resume sessions at 3. Please do your best to be back on time. Thank you very much. Enjoy lunch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're starting in a moment or two, so I'd like to invite those persons who are standing to just take their seats, please. Just some quick housekeeping matters. If you could remember to move your phones into vibrate or silent mode during these sessions, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you. We're now into session 2 or 3, based on how you're counting, first session after lunch. Trusting that every one of you had a great lunch and you're ready for another session of very insightful presentations. And in this session, also some insightful conversations. We're moving to the segment of our program where we'll be talking a lot about local content. This morning, the subject got introduced in many of the speeches and presentations we listened to, and now we want to have a more direct focus on the issues of local content and skills development. We're going to have 2 panel discussions if you're following your program. The second one will focus specifically on how we work with the development of skills to leverage the opportunities that local content legislation would provide. The one before that is going to focus on more directly on local content, but we will start out the session with lessons learned from efforts in Suriname at local content development. And for that, we have a presentation from Anand Jagasar from Statsoli, who will be making that presentation. And I'd like to invite him to the podium now. Thank you very much. Please help me welcome him.
Daunting task to keep people awake at 3 o'clock after lunch. So I hope I get some points for that. Even harder. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to make a presentation on local content. So the first thing we'll look at is our plan to organize it, summary of what we have achieved to date, what is to come, and some closing remarks. So we did a $1 billion project in Suriname, was the building of the new refinery, and we have some experience there. We call it local content by default. It just happened. And to be honest, we kind of liked it. So sometimes you see that you don't need policies to get things going. So we started with a high content of expats and foreign know-how, but proper plant training and, the drive within the company to reduce costs. The best expat is the one that knows how to stay as long as possible at your company. But of course, you have to manage it and have them transfer the knowledge. So, by that drive, at a certain moment, we had minimal foreign involvement, as you can see in the graph to the left. Yeah, you can see this is very high. To the left, we had a number of 184 expats, and these days we have a couple of 10 expats. And then maybe the last 2 bullets is welders are always needed. And I know in Guyana also, they're looking for welders for the offshore project facilities. So we had these welders trained in Suriname, and they contributed to the building of the refinery at that time. So this is one of the very important aspects in the project. And then in operations, you have the TFET people. So that's technical, in the technical education level, mid-level. We have a school in Suriname, and that's called NATIN. And we trained people there, and we employed about 40 people of the NATIN. Okay, I think we made kind of US 100 million local content in the building of the refinery. But if you look at the offshore, so per development, there is an opportunity to make like 270 million. So it's a bigger game. It's not only one development. Hopefully a lot of developments like in Guyana, we will have in Suriname. So very interesting to look at it. And what you see here, I won't go into details, but on the left, you can see when you have a regional hub or you have a port in Suriname, that the numbers are a lot bigger. If you look at this, shipping, receiving, logistics, it's about 67 million for one development. So, I mean, you have the laydown area, you bring stuff in bulk, and then you bring it back to the drilling rig. So a lot to go for in the offshore. So of course you have the demand, the direct demand from the offshore activities, but I think we underestimate the spin-off. I mean, you know, we have listed here under legal services, financial services, food and lodging, tourism, regional hospitals, financial center. So these are spin-offs. So we also have to train people in that. I mean, even in the restaurant, the people have to be nice and serve well and make it a great customer experience. So there is a lot of spin-off also in addition to the direct employment, because, you know, oil is high capital intensity and low employment intensity. So we really have to look at the spin-off. And then if you look at the supply, of course, you have non-Surinamese companies, but you have local companies that are ready to go. We have been in the oil business for 40 years. So you have a couple of good companies in Suriname. Then you have companies with small gaps and companies with larger gaps. And we put a blue area around these companies because we are very open for joint ventures. And let's not get ourselves, I mean, in a joint venture, it's a race. Who's gonna stop the joint venture the first? Because the local guy is looking for knowledge and the foreign partner is looking for entrance into the market. So whoever gets what they want first will eventually stop the joint venture. If they think they can do it by themselves in Suriname, they will stop the joint venture. So we think that joint ventures are a great way to get things going in the country. And then, of course, we have some skill gaps. I will come to that later, but especially the HSE upgrading is very important. I mean, a simple thing as when you have a major incident that you do a root cause analysis and you implement the findings not to have it happen again is something that's, you know, it's not normal and regular business for the local companies. Okay, we got you surrounded, but in checks and balance way. So this means we got the operator surrounded. So this is the way we see it. So go back. Yeah, so the offshore operator is in the middle. We have the Hydrocarbon Institute in Suriname that is checking the implementation of local content. And then we have within Staatsoli, we have a department that's, you know, trying to progress local content and help the local companies. And then of course you have the government, and the operator is kind of surrounded. But of course, I don't know if you can see the expressions on the faces. They don't look angry. They look full of expectations that the operator will adhere to their corporate governance, good corporate governance, and are inclined also to help the country where they operate become better. So no angry faces there. But of course, we are in the business of oil, and we know, you know, the effects of poor quality, poor craftsmanship, poor timeliness, and after sale care. I mean, if you're operating a refinery or an offshore platform, 11 o'clock something breaks, you call the vendor, he cannot tell you, I'm having dinner with my wife, I cannot help you. So this is another level of thinking. It's a 24/7 operation, and the local companies are not really, there are some in Suriname also. You can call them anytime and they will be ready to help you out because they understand. But most of them are not there yet. So we need to develop that. But of course, we ask from for the operators that they also help out. So we ask them to publish the tenders. We ask them to make an effort to unbundle services, because if you ask somebody, can you build a house? The answer might be no. But if you ask somebody, can you put in electric lines? The answer might well be yes. So if you unbundle the services, the operators don't like it because they want to bundle it. It's easy. They can, but we ask them to make that effort so that we can optimize the local content. And then, of course, the operator also has to contribute to the upgrading of the local vendors. And we ask them also not to be so strict on the non-critical goods, because there are a lot of goods that, you don't have to be too strict about. Okay, this is just to impress you that we are making a lot of nice schemes. So Staatsolie is involved, but our job is to look for oil and produce oil. We're in the energy business. We're not in the developing of local content business. So you will see here that Staatsolie is here, the task force, and a lot of temporary stuff we have here, because we want it to be institutionalized in the government institutions. So we're going to help them out, but they have to do it by themselves. Otherwise, it's, you come in, it works, and you go out and it doesn't work anymore. Okay, let's look at what we have achieved. Very nice pictures. This is manpower that is working on the rigs offshore. The guys are very proud with the Surinamese flag. And you can see them also, on the rig here. So we are very proud of them as well. Here you can see training, proud local person showing off local produce also that we supply to the rig. So it's starting to work. Here you can see diesel deliveries. Diesel is a large contract, and of course we are lucky that we have a oil company and a refinery with diesel. So that's a contract of, I think, $30 million a year. Very nice. And what you can see here also is food supplies being loaded on the vessels. What we want to have in Suriname is the laydown area. I know in Guyana they already have. I just met my friend from Gisby. But we don't have that in Suriname yet. It's in Trinidad. And Total Energy has promised to bring that also to Suriname. Okay, what's to come? You guys are still awake? Okay, good. So I talked about the TFET. So that's technical and vocational training in Suriname. It's a NATIN school. So we really think that in the operations, there are a lot of these people needed. And we're making all kinds of efforts to develop them. So we're lucky also. There was a school in Holland. They were teaching the people that worked in the North Sea, but they just closed down because you heard this morning, the Europeans are not looking at oil and gas anymore. So they're ready. They just gave us all the materials and they're ready to help us out. So we're going to develop this technical training. Okay, then a long slide. I won't elaborate into it, but important is that we want to build the small and medium-sized enterprises in Suriname, and that they have to adhere to international standards. I think the gaps I mentioned in the second bullet: HSE management, quality, procurement, financial administration, anti-bribery. So even to prepare for a bid of the operator, it's very cumbersome for local companies. because you have to submit 12 forms and fill out everything and have guarantees from left to right. It's very difficult for them. So we're going to have a center that's going to train the people, the companies like in Guyana. They have the Center of Local Development. And then we have the activities listed here. I have to move. I still have 3 minutes, I think. Then capacity building also, we want to go to work on the offshore. You have to have a T-side training. It's a tropical basic offshore induction and emergency training. You have to have that. We're setting up that up in Suriname. We have a training center at our refinery, and we're looking to joint venture with a company to do that. Would you like to work on the offshore? In the offshore, then you will have to do this. So they throw the capsule in a swimming pool upside down. You have to unbelt yourself and kick out the window and come out of it. And this is one of the aspects of the training. There are quite more, but it's not nice. And this is the center we want to set up in Suriname. Currently, you will have to go to the USA or Trinidad to conduct this training. Then, of course, a shore base. My friend Sean, don't worry. We are waiting for you in Suriname. You need to have this, I mean, the local content literally goes through the shore base. You don't have a shore base, you don't have local content. Otherwise, you will have to ship it to Trinidad and then to Suriname. So we made a request for expression of interest, and we had 4 very good companies with considerable local content, and we're going to develop this further to have this port. And then this could be Guyana just as well. I mean, we don't look any different. So the focus of these 4 offers is in the northern part of the river, the Suriname River. But we have 2 nice ports a little bit more to the south, which can do an excellent job and are doing an excellent job because they have done all work till now. Okay, closing remarks. What is it going to be? Carrot or stick? I think a lot of people will go for the stick, but Staatsoli would like to propagate the carrot. With guidelines, of course, with minimum but firm legislation, but really go for the carrot. And a lot of getting the local companies ready, because we think if somebody just buys a product from a foreign company, puts 20% on it, it's nice. But what you want to have is a pattern of thinking within a company, an effort, a hustle to make something work, to come within all the quality measurements that we just mentioned. If you make them lazy, you will pay the price in the long term. We fear. So that's why we are a little bit more for the carrot approach. Okay, and then we have a website, www.staatsoli.com, where we update the local content all the time. And then the last slide is, of course, we will also have a seminar in June in Suriname. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anand. It's interesting listening to this particular presentation you just gave. It's not always that we find an area of development where Guyana is like right ahead of somebody else. So, so that's like a pretty good moment that we could boast or be celebrated for being just ahead of you. And hopefully in the spirit of the various presentations this morning, that we're able to share knowledge and experience. Thank you very much for that. And now we're taking a deeper dive into the issue of local content with the first of our 2 panels. The moderator for today's panel is Mr. Christopher Chapwani from Oil Now, And I'd like to invite Chris and give Chris the opportunity to introduce his panelists. Chris.
Thank you, Alex. Great, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome and thank you for being here as they set up the systems for the panelists. I'll just invite you to hold a few minutes for a very spirited discussion on local content development, and where Guyana has come so far in such a very short time. And while the bill itself would have been passed in December and sent to by the president on the very last day, that entire story dates back several years. And one of the panelists will be able to tell you a bit about that and that journey to bring us to where we are today. So I'd like to invite the panelists to come on stage, and they will be so directed. Please be careful, stepping up. All COVID protocols are being adhered to, so feel free, please, to remove your masks if you so desire. Okay, we'll just take a moment to mic everyone up so you can hear clearly. So good afternoon. I'm already getting a smile there from the Honorable Minister, who would have played an integral role in our local content journey. So I think that we are all set. Good afternoon, panelists, and good afternoon once again to everyone joining us for this conversation. So I'll do some brief introduction of the panelists, and then they will each provide us with some opening remarks. And then we'll get right into the discussion, followed by a period of question and answer. So let me start off by recognizing the Honorable Deodat Indar, Minister within the Ministry of Public Works. Minister, thank you for joining us. I'll introduce the other panelists in no specific order. We have with us Martin Pertab. He's the Director of the Local Content Secretariat to the Ministry of Natural Resources. Nicholas Sickard, Area Director, Guyana, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago, Technip FMC. Francesco Prazo, General Manager, SBM Offshore, the company that is building and operating the FPSOs offshore. Brent Patterson, Regional Director, Americas, Energy and Projects, Blue Water Shipping, and of course, Paul Chung, the Chairman of the Private Sector Commission. Good afternoon once again and welcome all. So let us start off by some brief remarks from each of you. And if you can keep those remarks to about 4 minutes each, that would be great. We just have 1 hour for what is a very loaded discussion. The bill was passed in December. We now have legislation, but the industry started way before then. The first discovery was in 2015. We moved to produce oil just under 4 years from that, 2019. So Francesco, let me start with you. SBM Offshore is playing a very integral role in the operations offshore. You're producing the oil. Tell us a bit about your company, what you've been doing in the area of local content development, even before this legislation would have been put in place. Sure. I am not hearing you too clearly. Could the microphone for Francesco be checked, please? Could you give it a mic check, Francesco? Okay, so while the technical team checks on the mic, I will ask Nicholas Sicard, Technip FMC, operating the subsea equipment offshore there in the Starbrook block, to tell us a bit about what Technip FMC would have been doing over the last several years before we even move towards putting the local content legislation in place.
Thank you. Hope everybody can.
And
hear me okay.
you're working. Your mic is working perfectly well.
Good. So I'll be on them. No, thank you very much for having me this afternoon. It's really a pleasure. Indeed, I appreciate that you are mentioning our company has been working, and we are very honored that we have been entrusted by ExxonMobil contracts for the design, manufacturing, and installation of little pieces that you see behind me, which are the production systems basically that we install at the bottom of the sea and where oil and gas flow on their way to Francesco's FPSO. And so we have not been waiting for the legislation to be active. I'm very happy to be working at a company that is present in 40 countries. We have in our company more than 120 different nationalities. I'm just one of them. And so we have always had that multicultural mindset, which is also one of the richness of our company. And local content has always been very important to us. Of course, we have social responsibility targets, and what we want to do on the long term. Also because this is the only way to be present when you have this kind of operations, and you're hoping for the best in the coming years and decades from now. You want to invest in your local team, you want to invest in your local partners, your own supply chain, and you want to invest and make sure that your colleagues, all of these men and women behind have been trained, gained the capacity to actually do the work. And I'm very happy with this photo. So this is in Guyana, this is in Houston. So that makes one more Houston oil capital. We have successfully migrated all the operations supporting the projects in Guyana from Trinidad, where it was taking place 4 years ago, to Georgetown, 100%. Right, 4 years ago, these people here would be probably zero. Right, and now we have succeeded to employ more than 130 colleagues, 60% of which are Guyanese. We still have more onboarding programs. Means that the share of the Guyanese nationals in our workforce is going on to keep growing, because we have more projects coming down the line, and which is the way it's meant to be. And so there is also one thing you should not ignore, is that there is a learning curve, and that has nothing specific to Guyana. In any single country, you are onboarded. First of all, you need to have the academic curriculum. Then you are going to go undertake a training. And in our company, basically, we consider you autonomous, i.e. productive, after 5 to 8 years on the business hands-on. The same happens with me. Again, it has nothing specific to Guyana. So there is this learning curve in the expertise, in the infrastructure, and maybe some people find it's too slow, but there is no way really to cut corners in our industry when what we do is fairly technologically advanced, when we have the highest standards, basically in quality and safety, and so you can't really cut corners. And so I'm very happy. This is really a testimony of our commitment to Guyana and to local content. We have not been waiting for the legislation to come in place, but one can only recognize also all the efforts and the constant communications and consultation led by the government with the oil and gas industry in getting towards a document, a local content law, where no one was taken by surprise, where we know where we're going, where it makes sense. And so we should praise that and recognize that.
Thank you, Nicholas. You referred to the images behind you on several occasions, and Technip FMC would have come a very far way from when the industry started. We'll come back to some of what you're doing now. I know that to some extent there's some fabrication work that is now being done here in Guyana that was previously done in Trinidad. So that's an interesting story. Francesco, let me return to you. Tell us a bit about what SBM Offshore has been doing that predates the local content legislation.
Sure. Now you should be able to hear my voice. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, well, first, let me share my pride for the achievement of last Friday, the first oil of Liza Unity. Why I'm mentioning that? Because this is a testament also of the type of effort that we are putting together for the creating value in Guyana. We have been delivering this unit well in advance compared to anyone other in the oil and gas world, and this together with emissions that are much lower than the weather industry. That means more revenues for Guyana, obtained early, and the wiser use of resources. So first and foremost, this is our contribution to the development of the country. Then going to local content more specifically, we believe that local content is about integration. This is not a slogan. In South America, I could refer to our operations in Brazil. We have been present there for more than 20 years. We actually have a fleet of 7 units, which is supposed to increase by 2025 to 10 units. And I mean, it's important to note that over there we started as in Guyana, and now Brazilian constitute 29% of the SBM worldwide population. And they are the first nationality being represented. So, I mean, it's quite an example of integration. Our company then itself is open to integration. We are a multinational and multicultural organization. We have 79 different nationalities. And I mean, we really value the uniqueness of each employee, and we really believe that fairness is the word of order. Then, as a second thought that I would like to share, for us, local content is not a mere contractual obligation, but local content makes perfect business sense. And again, I believe that whoever has visited our offices must have seen that whenever competencies are available in country, we have local people holding even senior management positions. For example, nowadays, our HR function and our finance function is 100% Guyanese. We also appreciate that for certain trades, for certain specialties, the competencies are not in Guyana yet. And for that reason, we really believe that training is fundamental to make the professionals of tomorrow. That's why, well, before the enactment of the Local Content Act, we hired 8 graduate engineers for which we organized an 18-month international program, which is bringing them to Netherlands, to Singapore, and to other SBM locations in order to understand the business and acquire key competencies. We completed the training of 24 offshore operators, which are now integrated into the crew of Liza Destiny. We are closing the selection for the second batch. And by the way, to just again, as a figure concerning the attractiveness that the oil sector has nowadays, for 24 places, vacancies, we received more than 600 CVs. So that's quite an achievement. Then, well, in terms of more tangible achievement concerning the supply chain, we must say that we have invested quite a lot. And since the beginning, you may recall, Chris, that even before coming to here in Guyana as general manager of SBM, in 2018, I held a series of training before the Center of Local Business Development, forming 90 local head of enterprise for, to prepare them to become SBM suppliers. What we have been looking at is to create an inclusive qualification approach for them. So indeed, we need to screen suppliers because we need to be sure that they have the capabilities, but we are doing that by giving them the opportunity to grow, the opportunity and the means to grow on that. Also, we have been investing in what we might call also corporate social project, but I prefer to define as a way to creating shared value in Guyana, because I don't like corporate social responsibility project just for the sake of it, but I like things that can have a meaningful role in our chain. And hence that we have been developing sustainable and local food and vegetables and fish supply chains locally to feed our FPSOs, also to give employment to disadvantaged communities. By that, I mean, we are supporting the employment in the disadvantaged area close to the Linden Highway, for instance. We are also financing mangroves restoration with a benefit on more than 750 households. And I mean, a number of other things, including an ambitious project of plastic to fuel that we are currently discussing with the Guyana Energy Agency for the benefit of the Amerindian communities here. So that said, I would like then to conclude with a high note that probably represent once more our best commitment to local content. I think, I mean, it happened by coincidence, and I think that this is really the right forum to announce that. Very soon, as of the 1st of March, I will be replaced in my role as General Manager Guyana by a Guyanese professional. This is not a wishful thinking. This is a real person. Martin Cheong is sitting between us over there. And again, this is something that was not decided at the last moment, because Martin was hired more than 1 year ago. We put him in an international journey, I mean, moving in different roles in order to understand how our company and our business worked. And now we believe the days are mature to have him on board. So, well, we want to continue to be the employer of choice and social value creators in Guyana.
Thank you, Francesco, and congratulations to Martin. I believe that this represents one of the first major companies, prime contractors, that would have been moving to have a Guyanese take over the local operations. So congratulations to you and the SBM team. Let me move to Brent. I'm going to speak with the private sector segment of the panelists first, and then move into what we can consider to be government, even though the Honorable Minister straddled both in the past, and he's going to provide us with some perspective. But Brent, let's move over to you and Blue Water Shipping, and tell us a bit about Blue Water Shipping and the operations of the company, the local content development that you would have been pursuing pre the local content legislation.
Sure. So we've been in this market for roughly 6 years. We basically took a copy and paste version from our work in Azerbaijan, beginning back in 1996. There today, we are the largest locally owned broker freight forwarder transportation company in Baku. When we came into this market, we did so with some joint ventures and partnerships from consortiums. And just like the gentleman from Statsoli said, they all end in divorce. You just need to have the right lawyers and plan for the divorce. And I think that's something we've learned over the last 50 years of our business is, you know, the right way, the sustainable way to enter a market is to invest in local talent. And so that's what we've done. Leading up until now, we've tried to make a difference in the market, knowing that eventually the local content would come and should come. So we were involved in some various charitable acts. We did not publish. What we did publish this Saturday is that we have joined with the Guyanese Football Federation to form the first girls under 15 development league. So all 9 regions of the country theoretically will have 10 teams, and then those 10 teams will compete for championships locally and then a national championship here. So Blue Water is excited to do that. Sports resonates with our culture. We have a 17,000 person soccer arena in Denmark. We own a couple of handball teams. We say that if you play badminton, handball, or soccer, and I'm sorry, soccer's the right term for it. Some people call it football. But if you play any of those, then we want you on because you know how to function as a team member, right? 90% of the weight factor is your attitude and your ability to work well with others. That being said, we also are launching the Blue Water Academy globally this year. 2 of our first inductees will be from Guyana. where they will sit here in the offices for the first year, go to Denmark every 2 weeks for training, come back every 2 weeks per quarter, come back. And during the second year, be stationed abroad for 1 year. That could be Singapore, Dubai, Aberdeen, Amsterdam, Denmark, Houston, Brazil, Rio or Sao Paulo, one of our major oil and gas hubs. And then they will come back to Guyana with that knowledge. Not only that knowledge for handling the actual operations, but understanding how the oil and gas world and the renewables world, right? We're very much into offshore wind. So in the renewables world works, the cultures, the expectations, so that they can bring that back here and share it with our young recruits and share the knowledge that they've gained with some of the more experienced professionals that we have on our staff here. So that's what we're excited about. We also have recently transferred 51% of the shares of Blue Water Guyana Limited to Mr. Richard Denobrega. Richard is now the de facto owner, or majority owner of Blue Water Shipping here. So we put our money where our mouth is, and we made sure that when the legislation came out, and when it was tabled even, that we prepared ourselves for full compliance, transparent compliance. The Secretariat will be initiated by the end of this month, hopefully. So we are anxious to share how we did that. The structure, the fact that we're a global company that literally has put the trust in the local market here. So, you know, we're extremely excited to be there. You know, we've been working for a couple of these guys on stage for many, many years with them. And, you know, we've seen it work very well. Like I say, in Baku, we're there 26 years later, and still the same owner, in fact.
Thank you, Brent. And we prefer football, this side of the world. Local content is usually push and pull, some call it. It's the chicken and the egg situation, particularly for a country like Guyana, new to the industry. We're now building that capacity. We've heard from some of the companies operating here and some of what they've been doing even before this legislation would have been put in place. On the other side of the coin, there is the local businesses, the local private sector, and them pushing very hard over the last several years for us to have some system in place, notwithstanding the fact that companies would have been doing what you've been describing. Paul, I'll come to you at this point in time, because it's interesting to know what the local business community would have been doing during this time, even before we had this legislation in place, in terms of building capacity, in terms of elevating their standards, and institutions such as the Private Sector Commission being the umbrella body, what role that body would have been playing in this regard.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. The private sector, as you rightly said, has been advocating for years for a local content framework, which we think, you know, would drive more local participation in the oil and gas sector. We you know, commend the government for taking this step, taking the bill to Parliament and passing it, and we're happy for that. And as we said, we know that would help to drive thing. We also recognize the importance of foreign investment, and we welcome foreign investment. We also feel that foreign investors must benefit in a fair way for their investment and effort. And so we have no issue with that, but we also feel that the oil, and those resources are Guyanese, and the Guyanese people must benefit in a big way from its extraction and sale. We know the local content, we see it as the beginning. I mean, the passing of this legislation, we know there are 40 categories. We look forward to it growing and increasing as we go along. We've been working closely with the government, but we also intend to work closely with the operators and the contractors, subcontractors, to understand the other categories so we can disseminate those information onto the wider private sector, and also to help build capacity so they can participate in a more meaningful way in the operations. We know, as you rightly said, I mean, there has to be a balance, because I mean, you can go overboard or in terms of us, I mean, taking the targets too high, and if you don't have capacity, it can be an hindrance to the industry. We don't want to be in that position because we know of the importance of this resource to our future as a country, our futures, the private sector. And so we want to ensure that, I mean, we as a country, we get maximum benefit from these resources. I know a lot of the companies have been working even before the local content legislation to build capacity. We have, lay down yard, we have a shore base set up, we have many other people who are providing different services, logistic services to the oil and gas sector. And we know that will continue. It's not because only of the local content legislation that is driving that. But I mean, this is icing on the cake, we believe, so that they can drive and get the whole, bring on whole different awareness to the population. We at the private sector, we have a local content advisory group, which we set up with professionals and technical people around the oil and gas sector to advise us and to help model and mold the way we would advocate going forward in the future for different services for the available to the private sector. We feel that working together is important, and it's the most important thing. We know we don't have all the skills here, and once we can work together and do this for Guyana, the contractors, the operators, and the Guyanese businesses. This is all of our business, and we need to work together, understand, and we need to get information and accurate information, so going forward we can make the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. The business community would have been pushing very hard over the last several years for government to move to a local content legislation. There was initial talk about having a policy in place, and many persons in the business community said simply having a policy is not going to cut it. We need to hold companies accountable, and we need to have some mechanism to be able to do so. Government, on the other hand, understand they're working closely with these companies. These companies are investing in the country. We're open for investment. There are a number of other considerations to take in place when it comes to capacity building and the level that companies are at. Minister Indar, at the time, the talk about local content was paramount and first and foremost in everyone's mind. You would have been the president of the Georgetown Chamber of Commerce and Industry at that point in time. And you were at the forefront advocating for legislation to be put in place. I want us to step back a bit, and I want you to share with the audience some of the historical facts related to how we got where we are, as a prelude to Martin, who is now heading the agency that is implementing that legislation and ensuring that the companies do what is stated there before we get into that discussion. When did this local content discussion start?
Well, thank you. You can hear me? Is this on?
Clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chris. And I want to just thank my fellow panelists for all of the good work you all are doing with local content. But I became the president of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Georgetown Chamber of Commerce and Industry, sometime around March 2017. And on day one, I started the advocacy for a local content legislation. At the time, it did not gain traction with anyone but the local private sector. So no operator, tier one contractor, or licensee would have wanted a legislation, because the speed of their commitment to deliver forest oil was within 5 years, as you heard Exxon said this morning. So at the time, the government, which was the APNU government at the time, did not take well to that as well too. I have literally begged them from the private sector, on behalf of the private sector, because apart from being the president of the chamber, I was vice chairman of the private sector commission too. So I was part of two organizations. And actually we went to a point of frustration where we actually wrote a 4-page legislation just to say to give Guyanese first consideration. It wasn't even what you have in the law now, which is ring fencing of 40 different areas. It was simply just to give Guyanese first consideration when you're going out to a tender, if there was a tender. And that wasn't received well. There were several drafts of policy that never made signature by no one in government. Meanwhile, what you had was an industry that was moving very, very fast. From the time of seismic to drilling, then well appraisal, then you have the subsea side that Technip FMC would have done. Then you would have SIPEM doing all of the pipe work. Then you would have the FPSO building and coming here, and then you have pre-commissioning and setup, and then production. That entire line of operation, you could not have substantially get into that as a private sector. It was done in dribbles. More foreign companies were doing the work more than Guyanese. And as the president of the chamber at that time, I heard the cries. So in 2017, I took a number of us, the leaders, to Newfoundland. You have Carol Hauko in the audience. They hosted us in Newfoundland. I went there, I took a team there, and in the bay in Newfoundland, they built the Hebron platform right there. Years after, maybe 2.5 decades after they had first oil, they are actually building a platform in the bay to go on to the Hebron field, where they have 4 fields. Hibernia was one of them, and then they had Hebron. So when we saw what that did for the people of Newfoundland, how shore bases operated, how the trucking systems work, how the warehouses that have the facility to deal with specialized parts that have to have preservative works done in them, you have to turn them, they have to be stored in specialized areas, how logistics operated, how the certification was done, how firefighting was done, how the Tibose and the Tiouet was done, the entire line of operation on shore to support their offshore operation. We picked up a number of things that we could actually do in Guyana right away from the get-go, because we've been a republic since 1966 and we know to do certain stuff. We haven't developed as a country just like that. So when I came back, all of my colleagues saw what I saw too. So the fight for local content became one that I gathered a little more support. And then it became something that, you know, the news started to carry a little more. Oil Now carried a lot of these things to Chris, you remember that? And what we were asking for simple is to give Guyanese first consideration for things that we can do. The things that we can't do, we'll deal with that later. But the ones that we can do, give us a chance to do it. And that's all we were asking for. But what you have now in the law, as we come to the law, is 40 different areas of ring-fence services with varying percentages that is a result of consultation with the private sector of demonstrable capacity to do those works. So what you have here is a reflection of the capabilities of Guyanese, and in the legislation as well, also have the power of the minister to grant an order to either take up the percentage or reduce them if that capacity has fallen through the bottom or if it has increased over the number of years to come. So when you have one operator with a number of tier 1 contractors, then a second operator with a number of tier 1 contractors that you don't know, like the ones that we have now, we know the Technips, we know the SBM, we know the SIPEM, we know the Halliburton, the Schlumberger, and the rest of those guys. If you have another operator that brings in a whole set of different tier 1 contractors that don't have no in-country setup, how are you dealing with them with that without a local content requirement? They will just bring their tier 1 contractors, bring their agents, bring their service providers, come in country, do their job and head out, especially if you have like a seismic job, which is 3 to 6 months, especially if you have a short drilling campaign. It's just in and out. So how do you capture value from that too? There was nothing in place to deal with that. So the legislation had to capture that because monies are being spent in your country, things are coming through your borders in your country, and you have no idea about that. So the legislation that is now in place will give Guyanese literally a fighting chance. That is what it does. Give us a fighting chance, and it enables the tier 1 contractor, the licensee, and the contractor to enjoy local being part of their operation at cheaper costs. Because you try to move a seafarer out of Philippines or out of, you're trying to move a seafarer up from the somewhere in the Eurozone where a lot of them come from. The flight costs, the hotel, all of those work permits and all you have to bear. When you have those kind of people right here, it makes it easier and it makes it cheaper and your operation becomes smoother. So with Guyanese being part of this thing now, Chris, I believe that it only does good. It is not the end all. We are now starting on this process. We intend to develop the various strata of services at a jobs level that my colleague at the end there spoke about from SBM, with creation of jobs. But that is not all. Local content is about creating in country value. Because most companies too, when you talk to them, they have a strategy of where you have what we call location failure. If there's location failure, they up the assets and they're gone with it. So what happens with the finite resource that you have there if you don't generate developmental capacity building in country? There must be something left in country after the resources has been exhausted. So that is what the local content legislation, the long-term benefits of it is as well, is that in country value that remains after, oil and gas has gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So I'm sure that the audience would have detected the energy and the urgency with which the private sector and the Chamber of Commerce in particular approached the fight for local content legislation. You mentioned Newfoundland and the fact that a team from Guyana went there. There is a similarity in terms of Newfoundland being a fishing industry. Traditionally, it moved into oil and gas. It became very developed subsequent to that. But important to note, although we now have a local content legislation in place, and this is why I am bringing in Martin now to take us into the other leg of the conversation. What happens next? Certainly, it's not kumbaya and we all go home and everybody lives happily ever after. So Martin, what's next? We have this legislation in place, but what really happens next?
Thank you, Chris, and thank you for being here. It's my honor to be part of this panel. I think local content is, if not one of the most discussed area as of today among our people and of course by extension our local businesses. Presently, as the local content secretary, we're in the process of finalizing the portal, and the portal will essentially have two components: one for employment and one for local suppliers. So as of now, the portal is we are essentially running tests to ensure that it's up and running maybe by the end of this week or early next week. And once that is up and running, we'd encourage locals and local suppliers to get registered with us. We have also developed certain guidelines. One of such is the master service agreement. In fact, we have received I think somewhere around 35 master service agreements from the various contractors and subcontractors. We're in the process of reviewing those master service agreements. We have also in the process of drafting. In fact, only today we have uploaded the procurement and bid evaluation guideline. And I just want to stress on the fact that the process with respect to the procurement and bid evaluation guideline, we have had consultation with the subcontractor contractors for them to explain the procurement process, because we believe that we want to have in place or insist something that, for example, the procurement guidelines, something that's workable, a document where they can easily comply. Because at the end of the day, it's not to strangle the subcontractor, the contractors. We want them to comply, and that's the whole idea of us working together back and forth for us to receive their comments. And that is something we've been doing. And I think one of the other areas that we have also worked on, we have seen progress, is with respect to sole sourcing. I know in the legislation, we have pointed out that all sole sourcing must receive approval from the minister. And we have developed a reporting format. And that format is up, and we have received comments on that very same format, because again, at the end of the day, we want them to comply, and that is why we're open to this kind of discussion, having essentially an open door policy where they can at any point in time say to us, for us to work together to streamline the entire process. because at the end of the day, we understand the implication of local content. We know local content is not merely providing jobs and opportunity for the local, but it has a huge macroeconomic implication. Any country, any oil producing country, it's, the resource is finite, as Honorable Minister said. So the objective of local content, the way we see it, is for us to provide that kind of training, and of course to build local capacity. So when oil is gone, we have that the training, the experts in country that would allow us to provide value-added production, of course, and move from traditional producing low productivity sectors such as agriculture, and move towards more high-end productive sectors such as manufacturing and services. So that's the objective, and that's the line of thought we have at the moment working on the local content.
Thank you, Martin. So I want to now lead us into what is an open aspect of this discussion. So anyone can come in at any time. This is not a Q&A between myself and you, because I want us to discuss now some key aspects of the legislation, what is being implemented by your secretariat. Let's talk about the local content register, for example. So this is a register that is being created on which companies, local companies, will be registered. And any company that is not registered on that register would not be considered to be local. That's correct, Martin?
That's correct, Chris.
So tell us a bit about how that works. And we currently have the Center for Local Business Development, where we have upwards of 3,000 local companies, I believe, by now. So with this register that is being introduced by the Ministry of Natural Resources, the companies that are on the supplier portal at CLBD, they're going to have to re-register or register now separately on this register that is being created by the Secretariat, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Chris. The whole idea behind the register is for us to have in place the local companies, because that aspect will become important when we start to measure local content, because of the 40 areas, those percentage are expressing expenditure, and I think the formula to determine that percentage would be in-country expenditure divided by in-country expenditure to local content divided by in-country expenditure, total expenditure. So you would get that share. So the idea is, once they register with us, only then can the subcontractor could claim local content. Let's say company A is a local company, and they decide not to register with us, but they're still providing services to the subcontractor. When it comes to, for the subcontractor to measure local content, they cannot say that that company is local, is a local company, because we haven't done the verification process. Only when we have done the verification process, and of course they would have to register with us for us to go through that process, and then have them added to the register. So let's say, for example, a services becomes available in the oil and gas sector. It would now be in the interest of the subcontractor to go on our register, look for the company that provide that kind of services, and then of course invite them to the procurement process. And if a company is in country that continues to provide, and they for some reason decide they're going to go with that company in country, that wouldn't be considered as local content. Only those companies register with us would be considered as local content.
Let me add something.
Go ahead.
Let me add something to what Martin said. So in the legislation, there is a definition for a Guyanese company, which really feeds into the register. So the Secretariat will have to check for beneficial interests, which is 51% Guyanese. And Guyanese, the definition of a Guyanese tied to the Immigration Act. So the Secretariat will have to check that first to see if there's 51% Guyanese. Then they will have to check for the 75% managerial staff in that company, or 95% support staff. So there's 3 criteria, which deals with the substance over form of the company. So there are a lot of companies that just come, they register, and they have a local address, and they call themselves Guyanese. But the substance of a Guyanese company, with respect to the definition in the legislation, have to be verified by the Secretariat. So that is why you have to, and they will issue a certificate, and it's an annual certificate that you have to get renewed to. So the verification side from the Secretariat is what is very important in that process, as compared to CLDB, as you mentioned.
Thank you for that. The technical team is informing us that we are going to be out of time soon. So I want to go through a couple of key things that I think that we needed to touch on. You mentioned the definition of a local company and the fact that to be on that register, you have to meet that criteria, and only then would you be considered to be able to benefit from what the legislation puts in place. What are some of the challenges, though, that one could expect? And this is open also to the international companies working here in Guyana. When it comes to, on the one hand, ensuring that local suppliers and local companies, they've reached that standard, they have that capacity, whether it's in HSSC or in any other aspect of their operations, to provide services to the industry at the level that the industry requires. What if when we get to that schedule that we speak of, and those 40 areas, you find over the next year or 2 years that some local companies or in some sectors locally, they've not yet reached that level? What happens next? Is the policy, the law that is now in place, dynamic, elastic, to the extent that you look back at those percentages and you adjust it upwards or downwards?
Well, let me take a first go at that. The first thing is that the percentage in Schedule 1 of the law did not manufacture out of thin air. It was consultation with every single area that is listed there. And companies would have had to say what they can do and demonstrate. In addition to that, to verify that information that is in the law, these gentlemen right to my right here already said to you the number of people that are working in the sector, the number of people that Exxon has put out, even as Edison, Suez, Saipem, and all of the tier 1 contractors have put out. They're saying that Guyanese are working with them and have been working with them for some time now. They didn't work for free, or they didn't just stand up in the yard or somewhere. They have demonstrable skill to be employed by these very companies. So to say that the notion that the targets are not real, I believe is just, maybe superflux. Right now, these targets and areas may be the best, they could be conservative. As we say, these are the minimum targets, right? So these are the minimum targets in here. It can go up. So the very companies that are operating are touting that they have a number of companies spending a number of dollars working with the Guyanese. So that is testament to the schedule. So I just wanted to say that. And if there is any adjustment, the minister have the power within this act, I think it's section 7(2), to have an order, negative order in parliament to ensure that the percentage go up, or you don't have to go back to parliament, the minister can sign that order. So the legislation becomes what we call live and flexible. And that is key.
Good. So let's talk quickly in about the 5 or so minutes that we have remaining about the capacity building component of local content. So it's not just about contracts. It's not just about Guyanese getting procurement opportunities. It's about the international companies also helping local companies to build that capacity. If in about a minute each, you can talk to us about some of the programs that you may have in place that helps Guyanese companies to build that capacity to get up to that standard. Francesco.
Well, thanks, Chris. Well, first, I want to disclose the fact that in certain specific areas where we realized that there was a kind of don't want to say a fully fledged competitive advantage, but that we had a vision already in the past, well in the past, we were promoting Guyanese companies, even if they were maybe more costly than some other solution, or maybe not really up to the level. And this is something that we did behind the scenes, so we can document it. Then, it's very important for Guyanese companies to understand really the way the contractual requirement, the way business works. So, quite often it's just important that prospective vendors read exactly what is required to deliver. Because then, once we have a mutual understanding, we can most of the time work together. That, of course, then there are also exceptions where, clearly what is being offered is still not at the level. So, the gap is substantial, and that cannot be compensated in a short time.
Before I come over to you, Nicholas, the FPSOs, huge vessels, extremely technical to build these vessels, and they're built in several stages in multiple countries. Are Guyanese being trained in any way, shape, or form when it comes to the fabrication of these vessels? I know many people look to Brazil, for example, where SBM has a large operation, and see that Brazil is doing a lot of fabrication work there. Is there anything being done in that regard?
Well, thanks for the question, Chris. With regards to the vessel fabrication, yes, for the third one, Prosperity, we did some fabrication of tertiary steel. We are in the range of 800 tons of steel that then can be sent back to Singapore for integration. There, I mean, this is more of even a political point that I would like to put on the table. The real question that we need to ask ourselves is whether in the future Guyana might have a competitive advantage in exploring some large shipyard operations, which, I mean, it requires a huge investment and it is a huge sink of money. So, I mean, it's really to understand whether this is really the direction where we want to go. At the moment, the facilities are not there. We would have the paradox is that, if you allow me just a second, by technical skills, for instance, today, companies, at least a couple of companies in Guyana that we contracted, will be able to manufacture as a laydown module for an FPSO. The problem is that there is no quayside facility to offload it. There is no capacity on the ground to hold it. I mean, so it's an infrastructure problem in that regards.
It's an infrastructure challenge, Minister, so I hope that you're taking note of that. Nicholas, quickly, capacity building, training opportunities, then I'll go to Brent, then move to wrap-up comments, starting with Paul, coming back towards Francesco. Go ahead, Nicholas.
All right, so what we've been doing since 2018, we've started, of course, surveying the capacity that was available among local Guyanese supply chain. As companies like ours need this local support, we have no intention to just keep importing everything from the outside because there is a cost. So we have started there. We have engaged in multiple sessions through the Center of Local Business Development. Since 2018, we have had dozens of sessions trying to explain the services that a company like ours would require, the way the inquiries would be like, the way to answer, really the way it would be assessed, and all the basically procurement and contracting process. So trying really to make this clear, because it's not to blame. When you discover a new process, you might be a bit confused, especially as, again, in our industry, we tend to go above and beyond in terms of standards and demands. So then those companies who have been extensively qualified over a course of was more than 2 years, started to be engaged at our side. When we identified flows, basically we made them work with our specialists. We made sure that we are guiding them. So quality is one, of course. Safety was of paramount importance, but on all aspects, also on the way you are planning your operations. Do you wait to have to deliver to realize that maybe there is one of the components or products or whatever that had to be imported before? Or, so all this combination in execution also we have supported, and we have had very good results. Then of course, there is also one thing is that maybe local companies have to step up and build up and invest in their own expertise, facilities, toolings, everything. And so there is also a critical aspect, which is access to finances for all these local companies, which I was very happy to hear the interview of the Vice President.
Yeah, access to finance continues
Exactly.
to be major.
To
So Nicholas, I'm gonna have to cut you short. Sorry, we're out of time. Brent, quickly, training, capacity building, and I want to spend just 1 minute, if the technical team would permit me, with the minister wrapping up the session. Capacity building and training.
Yeah, capacity building and training for an international logistics player is not as difficult as it may seem. So we already have the right 100% Guyanese staff on the ground. What we will do is bring in our HSSEQ, which includes compliance, and our technical departments to come in and out for a series of training, different teams from different regions around the world. Spend some time here, train, get out, and ensure that what we are doing here is bringing on local forces, right? Bringing on and developing young talent here in Guyana, making sure that we have an accredited university in Europe. We want to extend that accreditation certainly to Houston, but also to Guyana. And what is the process to become accredited here for that university? So I think that we already have the infrastructure and the support to delve into a market like this without too much chaos.
Thank you. Minister, I'm going to wrap up with you just 1 minute. I know this is going to be difficult, but when we talk about infrastructure and not just physical infrastructure, in order for local companies to build the capacity that they need to, Guyana, as is the case, needs to move to another level in terms of the power structure, in terms of the other utilities and every other support service that is needed. What exactly is being done in that regard? Very quickly.
Well, we are looking to put 500 megawatts of new power using the gas to energy project and the hydro project. In addition to that, there's another 33 megawatts of grid tie solution to go into the grid that will carry down the costs. That will be worked on simultaneously with a smart grid solution with GPL. So that is the power side. The other side is the other infrastructure that my friend is talking about, the port side, the facilities, heavy lift as well as port side with roll on, roll off that can deal with, double-digit tonnage. Those are the kind of things that you need to support offshore. Dredging of the Demerara bar is key for the size of vessels that have to come in here to do work. In addition to that, a number of local businessmen are coming together with international partners to build out shore-based facilities throughout the Demerara bar, some in Berbice, and there are those who are looking to Essequibo too. So the facility to support offshore is being built out. These things normally take time in the evolution of a country. So there is a lot of plans and a lot of investors that are in country working to deliver the very thing that is said by my colleague to the right.
Thank you very much, Francesco, Nicholas, Minister Indar, Martin, Brent, Paul, Chung. Thank you all for participating in this panel, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. We're moving to our next panel. So yeah, I was just about to say that local content seemed to be the last hot topic of the day. So while we get set for the next panel, I just wanted to share some quick information for those of you who might just be listening. At the end of the sessions today, please remember that we have the networking event that's sponsored by ExxonMobil. That event will take place immediately after the end of the session today, and that event is taking place near the poolside. Just ask directions anywhere for the poolside if you don't already know where the poolside is. If you're staying at a hotel other than the Pegasus or the Marriott, you should note that there are buses that leave the Marriott every afternoon and evening to take you back to the hotel. So there will be a bus that will leave for your hotel right after the session. Just look for the buses outside. You should see the name of your hotel on a bus, and they will take you there at 5. If you stay for the networking event, there'll be another bus at 8. So there's a bus at 5 and a bus at 8. Also, we start promptly at 9 tomorrow morning. And to help you out, we have buses that will come from your hotel to this venue. The bus will leave the venues at 8 in the morning, except if you're staying at the Ramada, the bus will leave there at 7:30. So just look out for the buses. The conference logo is on the side of the bus, so you shouldn't have any difficulty finding a bus that gets you here. We're going to our next panel, our final panel for today. And the panel for today is going to be focusing now on skills development. Local content legislation creates an architecture that requires that we do some other things to leverage the benefits and protections that it offers. And we're talking about skills development in that context. Our panel this afternoon, this final panel, is moderated by Professor Sterling Frost. He is the professor of practice, and he's also the Group Deputy Chief Executive Officer of First Citizens. So please help me welcome Professor Sterling Frost and our distinguished panel. Professor Sterling Frost.
Thank you, Alex, for protocol for distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are remaining. We hope to be efficient because I know we're standing between you and public. Allow me to place in a wider context the topic of skills needed for the progress of the energy industry in Guyana and the scope of focus. Skills development trends, economic growth, economic development, national culture. Following this, I will initiate the presentations by our panel members, Dr. Natasha Gaskin-Peters, Claudia Maria Boras, Brian McShane, and Lars Mangal. Skills development, in terms of trends, there are global mega trends such as the rising role of technology, be it the fourth and or fifth industrial revolutions, climate change, demographic shifts, globalization of value chains are all changing the nature of work and skills demands. Regardless of the industry, energy, agriculture, tourism, education, mining, health, financial services, and the list goes on, to succeed in the 21st century labor market, one needs a comprehensive skill set composed of cognitive skills, socio-emotional skills, technical skills, and digital skills. The development of skills can contribute to structural transformation and economic growth by enhancing employability, labor productivity, and competitiveness.
Speaking of economic growth, Guyana's economy is riding through the COVID-19 world in better shape than practically any other country on the planet. The combination of massive oil discoveries, improved global communications, and a better connected diaspora in North America, the United Kingdom, and the Caribbean means that Guyana has cemented its place on the global energy arena. The exponential economic growth projections are a blessing, and it would require prudent management of a nation's natural resources. You see, natural resources are finite, and if not managed well, it would not yield the longer term and equitable trajectory of expansion and sustainability. We need to understand that economic growth without economic development will turn our blessing into a curse. And there are plenty of oil curse train wrecks out there. So while natural resources propel economic growth, human resources propel economic development. Economic development is the improvement of our human capital, which is an infinite, renewable, and critical resource. Human resource development is therefore a driver for the sustainability of economic growth. The UNDP gives meaning to HR development through their Human Development Index as the benchmark to measure a country's progress. The Human Development Index, or HDI, as it is commonly referred to, measures dimensions of health, gender inequality, poverty, labor, and standard of living. But the integral link to all of these factors is education. Guyana's HDI value for 2019 is 0.682, which puts the country in the medium human development category, positioning it at 122 out of 189 countries and territories. Between 1990 and 2019, Guyana's HDI value increased from 0.548 to 0.682, an increase of 24.5%. Ensuring education is an open resource is critical. Along with skills development, it is a key enabler for inclusive growth and sustainable development, which stimulates economic growth and improves the standard of living. This is our education distribution as presented by the Guyana Bureau of Standards for Q1 2020. So while this says that half of the workforce has not completed secondary school, let us not despair. There is a silver lining. We now have the opportunity to properly assess what the medium to long-term needs are in funneling students into relevant and meaningful tracks while embedding a culture of discipline, critical thinking, and veneration of all fields in curricula. It is clear that the government leadership is aligned to this thinking, as evidenced by its 2022 national budget, which allocated 7.7 billion to education, which is a 221% increase over 2020 actual. In the 2022 and 2021 budgets, the notable highlights in this regard are youth entrepreneurship and apprentice programs, youth innovation program, scholarships, training in robotics, oil and gas, climate change, the environment, in innovation technology, agro-processing, and other vocational skills. If we conceptually, and I'm saying conceptually and not using econometrics, so if we conceptually juxtapose our economic growth projection with our economic development HDI progress, this is what we would look like. To accelerate the country's economic development in support of economic growth, there is a hidden part of that equation that we need to treat with, that which we cannot easily quantify. It is that part of the iceberg that sinks the ship or slows down progress and sustainability. I am talking about our people's behaviors, attitudes, discipline, and values, what I refer to as our national culture, how work gets done, essentially. This is not singular to Guyana, but a reality for all of us in the developing world. So coupled with a focus on education and skills development, shifting our mental models ought to be a priority and part of a national development meta-strategy, a subset of which should be a national human capital strategic initiative. It is clear that the skills needed to progress in any sector or in any industry is a complex equation which has to be treated with in a consistent and almost regulated manner over time, and must be driven at a national level on the understanding that the thread that holds our economic sustainability and progress together is our people. In summary, economic growth plus development equal sustainability. Culture plus education plus skills equal competency. And sustainability raised to the power of competency equates to renewability. I say this because the right competencies will have an exponential effect on sustainability of development over generations to come. And with the right culture and education, people will reliably and naturally replenish themselves in response to a volatile global competitive landscape. I hope I have been able, at the very high level, to contextualize for you that skills development is not singular to the energy industry, but it is broader and it crosses all sectors and industries. Thank you for that. I will now introduce our first panelist. We begin our panel discussion with Brian McShane. Brian is the Senior Vice President in Texia. Brian has been in the oil and gas industry for over 30 years and has delivered projects in many countries around the world. He's very excited to be invited to be part of this panel session to share some thoughts and experiences in preparing this country for a sustainable future. Let's welcome to the podium, Mr. Brian McShane. Brian.
Good afternoon. All protocols being observed. Thank you, Sterling, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here and excited that you're here for the afternoon session. I'm just going to share some thoughts of what I've seen around the world of how we've kind of grown and built the skills for the energy sector. But before I do that, I'd like to share with you a little bit about me. I like to have a bit of fun because in this journey together, it's all about relationships and people. And so one of the things I do, which is my signature, is I wear fancy socks. So, see these here? So I hope to start a trend in Guyana. And so if I meet you later tonight and ask you to show me your socks, you won't be upset about it. So, but anyway, that's me. So it's all started already. So what I'd like to share with you is some ideas about what you need to do to start moving in the direction of creating the skills for the energy sector. To start things off, a lot of it's been discussed today, the potential opportunities. What might they be and how could we be there? And this is just some examples for the energy sector that many have discussed already, and the panelists who've been here before have kind of talked to. In actually building these projects that have come live, 2 projects on stream, which is a fantastic story. And just how does that then translate into work to support that energy sector? So some examples are in the onshore space, in the craft development and skill sets, also in the offshore space in running these facilities as well. And there's also a lot of things of what we call indirect services required in the hospitality industry, in the transportation industry, in the logistics. There's a lot of things that come into play to make these all work. Simple things such as getting fuel offshore can become quite a challenge when you start talking about the volumes that are needed. So these are areas that I see that you can develop into to support the energy sector, and the areas around it that are needed to also, that are more indirect. But I'll not spend too long on that. I think that's been talked about quite a bit today. In order to make this successful, you need to plan. And when I talk about planning, to me, what's important is everyone says, well, we need to do this, we need to do this. But what you need to think about is your future state. Think of yourself 5 years from now, 10 years from now. How would you want to talk about Guyana, the skill sets, the kind of support, how you support the energy sector? How would you like to vision that? And it's very important that you get all the stakeholders involved to create that vision of where you want to be, because that's where you're trying to get to. And then the next step is to really think about, well, where are we today? So you have to go through the process of looking at the vendors, the suppliers, the skill sets in the arena, what skill sets are international, and start putting a picture together of where you start today. And then it's the journey of how you get there. And that's where the planning comes in. Often when we talk about this, we talk about horizons. You know, if you break, say, a journey of a 10-year program into Horizon 1, Horizon 2, and Horizon 3, Horizon 1 is things you can do today, things that are already happening. And you've heard stories of what this is from SBM, from Technip FMT, and many others. Horizon 2 is something that's a little bit more near term, but it needs pre-investment. So it's in the 2 to 5, 6-year plan, you know, depending on where you're at. So like shore-based could fall into that, where you need to plan it, you need to invest in it, you need to get funding, you need to orchestrate a number of stakeholders, and you need to bring it together. But it's a longer term way of creating support to the industry. And then Horizon 3 are future things that are maybe a little bit intangible at the minute, but you want to invest in maybe new technologies, new ways of doing business, and perhaps then going beyond the energy sector of looking at how do we do wind energy? How do we do renewable energy? How do we then take this resource to help us create a skill set for the community? And obviously, with all of these things, it takes a finance investment. There's a lot of upfront finance investment that needs to happen to create these things. And so that's also part of that story. So it's all about getting the stakeholders together to bring that plan together. Sterling talked about education. I've already talked about planning, but education and investment. Education covers a number of things, just from the general knowledge to start with. So just public lectures, presenting things in the community. You know, I've had the fortunate opportunity to give a public lecture here a few years ago, and just the energy of people just wanting to learn was incredible. So to have that opportunity, it just says to me that that's really something that people are crying out for, and I think that's a great program to start with. Unfortunately, with the energy sector, we have a lot of jargon, so we'll have to teach you a new language as well. We use a lot of what we call TLAs, which stands for 3-letter acronyms. So hopefully we'll educate you in that process. Collaboration. The industry, the sector, collaborating with academia is really important. So that's really planning for the Horizon 2, Horizon 3, getting that future state and really creating the skill sets and the knowledge base to move people into that arena to really support the business. Because what we want is future leaders who are, you know, come from this arena, so in this part of the world. I talked about the phase implementation plan. And then also investment, you know, it's about getting the stakeholders together, you know, and getting all parties aligned on where you're trying to get to, and make sure that you can pull that together to deploy and implement. So in order to, you know, a lot of the time challenges we face is the kind of people that we want involved in this also are involved in many, many other things. So you need to get dedicated resources to really focus on this, drive it forward, and bring everything together so you make progress every year towards your goal. So in closing, I just want to make a few remarks. It's about preparing together. I love the conversation today that it's about partnership. Too often in previous experiences that it's not been about partnership, it's been about being mandated. And that doesn't always end up in success. So it's about partnership, it's about working together, it's about bringing your best. It's a sense of urgency. Horizon One are the here, the now. That's the things people are tangible and they can relate to, and so they actually can make that happen. But it's the longer term things, the education. How do you make that happen? But to get that outcome 5, 6, 7 years from now, you need to act now. And so there's a sense of urgency to get your arms around what do the subsequent phases of this development look like in order that you can actually put plans in place to make it happen. So I always encourage people to be deliberate, have a sense of urgency, and really, really go forward and make sure you make progress each and every year. It's no different than any project. And just to close out, we want to make sure that the areas of focus are really tied towards what the energy sector needs. And that's where you need those stakeholders. Get those stakeholders together and say, this is what we need. These are the skill sets we need. And so there's alignment that the skills that you're developing is aligned with supporting the energy sector and the offshore developments. That's all I'd like to say. I thank you for your time and appreciate the opportunity to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. We'll get more in the Q&A segment. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to introduce our second panelist, Dr. Natasha Gaskin-Peters. Natasha is an economist with over a decade of experience in economic policy. Presently, Natasha works with local companies to assist them in building their competitiveness to enter the oil and gas value chain. Let's hear from Natasha as she shares her experience on skills development, specifically as it relates to supply chain and its importance in supporting economic development in emerging economies. Join me in welcoming Dr. Gaskin-Peters.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Professor, my fellow panelists, it's a pleasure to be here. So today I will be speaking to you specifically on skills development as it relates to the supply chain and what we have been doing at the Center for Local Business Development in building capacity in Guyana. So I have one slide for you, and this slide really tells 1,000 tales. So the center was officially opened back in 2017. Back then, this was prior to final investment decision. And so ExxonMobil, as an operator in country, as well as their partners, wanted to ensure that they were building long-lasting partnership. They did not know what was within the Stabroek block. They did not sign any final investment decision back then in 2017, but they knew that they wanted to start to build capacity in country. And so they invested in the Center for Local Business Development. And so when we started, it was basic awareness. So as Brian would have said earlier, a lot of the terminologies in the industry are not known to us here in Guyana. This was a new industry. We started hearing about FPSO and we wondered what that was. And so the center started with training and awareness seminars in order to build up that capacity in country, because it's important that we build capacity not only from the workforce side, but also from the supplier side. And so we started with awareness in offshore oil and gas. Guyanese companies were coming in, they wanted to win a contract with ExxonMobil. That was the only entity that they knew. And we started to explain the supply chain. We started to explain who Halliburton was, who Schlumberger was, who all these players were, and what were the various opportunities. We started also to build a health and safety culture, because when we looked at various sites across our country, health and safety as a culture was absent, even though there was a mining industry that we had in country. And so we started that journey of educating the business community as it relates to health and safety. We also started our procurement course because we had persons coming into the center to give us their tender documents. So we had to say to them, no, the center does not do tendering. We're going to educate you on the procurement process. And so we started to educate them what an expression of interest was, the required documents that you need to be filled out. But before all of this, we did a gap assessment. So that gap assessment also showed us that there was a significant gap as it relates to businesses documenting. So they had good practices, but they were not documenting their systems. And so, of course, in the industry, you are required to have certain years of accounting records, for example. So this fostered our financial management course, as well as our human resource management course, because we had a lot of businesses, and still do, that are family owned. So now that you're beginning to hire a lot of staff outside of your family, how do you manage your human resource? A gap that we picked up. So that was training. But as a center, and globally, we will see that training alone does not work. So the empirical evidence, and based on our experience with the supply chain, began to show us that mentoring was needed. You know, companies were coming to us, we've done the awareness, but we don't know how to build a health and safety system. And so as a center, together with ExxonMobil and the prime contractors in country, we work to build a health and safety system with companies. So now we have what we call an HSSC management system program, where we're working with those local entities from the bottom up. So from documenting, from writing of your manuals, we go through training with them, training from the CEO, so getting that buy-in at the management level and that commitment, and then training the staff in specialized courses as it relates to health and safety, doing follow-up engagement. So that mentoring, as I said before, working with them on a one-on-one basis. And we're pleased to announce that last year we had 25 companies who completed this mentorship program. And this year we expect that we will have even more than those 25 companies, because since the companies have seen that, you know, they're rushing to be able to complete this particular program. And so again, in focusing on mentorship, we started the ISO 9001 program. So helping the businesses to build out a quality management system. Previously, before oil and gas, you know, only the companies such as your banks, DIH, or your DDL, your Guyana Power and Light, the large companies were ISO certified. And so again, as a center, helping these companies to build out their quality management system. To date, we've worked with 28 companies, 22 have completed that program. And now ISO 9001 is a common language to businesses here in Guyana, something that was new. So this is why it is important that we invest in the supply chain, that we mentor. And we're quite happy that ExxonMobil and their partners recognize this fact from day one. So even though no final investment decision, then came LISA phase 1, and we were like, it's only one project. Of course, so many fines came after, but the work had started, and we continued to build on this work. And then, of course, now, so again, growing with the suppliers, last year we signed a memorandum of understanding with the American Petroleum Institute. And so we have local companies in our American Petroleum Q1 program. So 5 of the companies who have completed the ISO program and are in the manufacturing space are now part of that program. So we are growing with them. We are building with the businesses in country. We are investing not only in the area of workforce, but in the area of supply chain in country. And can you imagine? All of this is free of charge to those businesses here in country and open to all businesses. Now, one of the key things to note is that while we started to support businesses to gain work in the oil and gas industry, it's important that we promote sustainable economic growth. And so we've recognized that women-owned businesses, quite a lot of them, they were not participating in the oil and gas industry. They were operating in business sectors outside of oil and gas. And so we started our mentorship program called Accelerate Her. So how do we support the broader economic sectors in country? These businesses that are going to benefit from the spill-off impact of the oil and gas industry. Again, coaching on a one-on-one basis, mentoring on a one-on-one basis, helping them with documentation, reviewing documents throughout the process, providing feedback to those companies engaged. So if we think about this process, not only are we raising standards for the oil and gas industry, but we are raising business standards in Guyana. We are making businesses more competitive at an international level. Because of course, if you can work with ExxonMobil and their prime contractors here in Guyana, then you can work with any contractor across the globe. And only recently, I know, we've seen Action Invest, they've moved into the Surinamese market. So local companies are already branching into other countries looking for opportunities because they've built up the skills here in Guyana. And I know that Anand spoke earlier about Suriname, learning from us here in Guyana and looking to develop a similar center. So again, the importance of skill development. And finally, I want to leave you with the last mentorship program. So as I said before, moving away from training towards more mentorship, getting feedback from the companies, getting feedback from the local companies, the foreign companies. We are going to launch this year our project management mentorship program. So now we have a case that the companies are growing, they're growing at an exponential rate, and they're saying to us, we need to know how to manage our projects. So again, we will design this product by ensuring that we have the buy-in from management, that we mentor the companies, that we follow up, that we ensure that they're implementing the systems that are being taught. So that's it in a nutshell in terms of the capacity building. So I would like to leave this with you as a final line to my presentation, that it's important that we invest in the supply chain. It's important if we're thinking about longer term relationship. And we're very thankful that ExxonMobil and their partners recognize this from the onset. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gaskin-Peters. Again, we look forward to the Q&A session. We'll now hear from Mr. Lars Mangal. Lars is a patriotic local professional with over 30 years of international executive experience in the oil and gas industry. No stranger to the oil and gas industry given his family's legacy. He is the founder and CEO of Total Tech Oilfield Services Guyana. He's also a company director of Total Base Services, Jaguar Oilfield Services, and the International Petroleum and Maritime Academy. We look forward to this presentation given the work Lars has been doing to develop and prepare young men and women to participate in the world of work given the opportunities available. Lars Mangal.
Thank you, our distinguished guest host, Professor Frost. Greatly appreciate the opportunity to present. I know I'm standing between you all and a beer, and a cold beer. So, and I won't show you my socks. They match my shoes. But let me just kick this off very quickly by giving you a little orientation to some real examples of what we've accomplished over 5 years on the ground in Guyana, developing young men and women, addressing the skills gap at a basic operational level, and then looking at advancement and moving up the pyramid and looking at more advanced skills in terms of operational, mechanical, electrical competencies and disciplines that need to be addressed. And then, you know, exploring the areas that are really going to be fundamental and important to Guyana, which are the technical, engineering, geoscience, petrophysics disciplines that need to be addressed if we are going to control the decisions, the discussions that are going to be critically important to realizing the critical value, and that's improving and ensuring and sustaining that we have the highest possible recovery factors for the assets that we're producing offshore. Let me just start by saying, you know, we identified the critical areas for operation in Guyana. That being fundamentally and critically based about every aspect of the industry that has to be addressed in a safe way and in a safe operational practice that's primarily addressing one of the key risks we face in our operations here in Guyana and having a maritime-based operation. The critical safety issue that we all are concerned about generally revolves around lifting operations. Everything has to be lifted in everything that we do. So we started to focus at the basic safety level of building a culture, building capacity, and starting with one of the most safety critical operations that we conduct every day, bringing goods into Guyana and taking goods offshore and taking goods onto the vessels. And that's lifting. So lifting is safety critical. And we have embarked on a program, and over the last 5 years, since starting the International Petroleum and Maritime Academy, we have trained and developed, seconded, deployed more than 1,000 people into various companies, many of the major service companies. We have had our folks recruited. We've had some of them, we provide crewing services to the service companies with some of the personnel that we have trained. Of course, one of the big operations we supported initially when they got started was the shore-based development on the Demerara River at Houston. That operation required around 200 people to get started. And of course, we developed and trained the first batch of personnel to go into that operation. Many of them who have now moved into supervisory and advanced managerial positions within the organization. As I mentioned, we have a comprehensive program of covering lifting operations. We look at every aspect of it. We treat it as safety critical. There's no compromise on safety. And that's the culture we need to build and develop, and a new culture for Guyana to learn. But I must say, we've had the most inquisitive response, exciting engagement with all the people that we've recruited. The Guyanese personnel that we have recruited and put into the programs and developed through very comprehensive, I would say, intensive boot camp type of training programs have been very enthusiastic about learning and understanding and building their competence in terms of basic safety and practices. So everything from looking at rigging equipment, powered and lifting and crane operations were critical to lifting operations, and that's an area that we focused on initially. We have a comprehensive combination of classroom and practical training, working at heights, confined entry, just to name a few. In terms of advancing skills development, there's several sectors that we looked at addressing besides the initial basic operational level. There's a construction sector, there's the mining sector, the forestry sectors as well that we looked at, and we have performed training for those sectors as well. Taking everything together, the engineering, the construction, the operation and safety related training, basic safety related training, we then build and address that as identifying and mapping out the key skills that we require to develop, initially onshore and then looking offshore at the skills required. Advancing from the basic skills, we take a look at more operations and maintenance and technical skills, developing a technician skills base or a pool of skilled technicians to enter into the industry. And I put here some of the examples. These are examples from Petrofac, who are very well known across the world, particularly in the petroleum, oil and gas sector and energy sector, EPC sector, for developing and building capacity. A number of training centers in Azerbaijan in 2003, in Singapore, in Syria, and currently in the United Arab Emirates, with major training facilities. In fact, a very large center that we visited when we were in Dubai in the fourth quarter in Oman. So they have great process, mechanical, electrical training simulators that can be set up within training facilities that can be established in Guyana to train and build capacity. So we're looking at that aspect to further accelerate and develop the skills of technicians to enter the industry. I give you an example here. In Oman, 1,000 trainees per year, NVQ qualifications, so a proper qualification in 18 to 24 months. The great news for Guyana is that we can train technicians relatively quickly, and more quickly than we can or can be done in places like the Emirates, where the base language is not English. In Guyana, people speak English. We can do it faster. This is just an example of building the technician level of the workforce. If we look at some of the more advanced skills development requirements for the engineering level, geoscience, petrophysicists, we need to look at developing the capacity to help us to be able to make the right decisions and understand the value creation and the key decisions that need to be made in terms of enhancing and sustaining long-term value for Guyana. And that goes and revolves around improving recovery factors, not being driven by current shareholder requirements, as may be the case for some of the key stakeholders involved in the process. So that's a key area that I see for Guyana that is something that we need to take ownership to control our own destiny, building the base of geoscience and petrophysics competencies, engineering disciplines. And it's not just simply taking the simple approach of putting a few Guyanese into the operators' offices. It's probably more a concerted effort of bringing in some international competence in terms of geoscience and petrophysics capabilities to work alongside Guyanese or second Guyanese into the international operators in programs over the years to come within the near term, so that in 15, 20 years, Guyana has full control of its own resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Our final panelist is Maria Claudia Borras, Executive Vice President, Oilfield Services at Baker Hughes. Maria has more than 25 years of experience in the oil and gas sector, serving as Chief Commercial Officer at GE Oil and Gas immediately prior to assuming her current role. She currently serves on the board of ADNOC Drilling, the largest drilling company in the Middle East, and Tyson Foods, Inc., the largest US food company. We will now hear from Maria on the work Baker Hughes is doing in Guyana. Welcome, Maria. What COVID has done to us.
So guys, good afternoon, and thank you so much for the invite here. So as we think on the future, Guyana represents a growth opportunity that comes at an inflection point in the oil and gas industry. What I mean is this. Just a few years ago, the words digital, energy transition, and sustainability didn't really factor into the energy vocabulary. But today, they are more than words. They are the drivers that are transforming the industry. And I think that Guyana has a great advantage at this inflection point because there is no baggage here. And the opportunity to do things differently is exciting. I do think that few skill sets will be absolutely essential as Guyana takes in place in the energy stage. First, we need a mix of both traditional and not traditional skills. If we are to deliver more efficient projects that translate to carbon reduction, then oil field talent in reservoir knowledge, management, projects, execution of complex projects is needed, but also we need to integrate it with the skills like software engineers, visual engineers, and professionals in artificial intelligence. The way that makes sure this happens is to recruit, retrain, and train the best talent, no matter what the background is, ethnicities, and gender are. The value proposition for the industry needs to evolve as the world evolves. I firmly believe that multi-skilling our people gives the tremendous opportunity not only to work and grow in a different areas of this industry, but also moving into new segments as energy evolves. The other part of the equation is to develop the important skill of collaboration. I believe our industry needs to be more open to building partnerships, to work globally, and to becoming more agile in order to improve cost and capitalize in efficiencies. I also think that collaboration is fundamental to success in technology development and commercial innovation. Guyana has unprecedented opportunity and all of the elements to succeed. Now it's time to apply all the lessons learned from the other places in the oil and gas markets around the world and accelerate future-focused ways of working and develop a talented workforce equipped to deliver in an energy plan needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Maria. Am I being heard? So I've made some notes from the various presentations, and I wish to tease out a couple things that our presenters would have shared if this gracious audience will support. I don't want to lose any more to the bears or the exhibition hall. So bear with us, because you would realize that if we don't get skills right, can't get anything right, okay? Let's start with Brian. And Brian, you spoke of barriers. What do you think the barriers could be for this country being successful in developing a workforce with the skills needed for the future? What are some of those barriers?
So thank you, challenging question. And I think what was talked about earlier was it's a complex problem. But I think some of the basics you need to focus on is really, in my opinion, in order to make things happen, you need to have dedicated resources. So I've seen it where people have compiled a task force, which is cross-sector, cross-industry, but their remit is to make this happen. And so you get that collaboration but it's being driven, and that's their sole day job. A lot of the time, we try to implement strategies by utilizing people who already have a day job. And so what happens is if they get busy with other things that are going on, then this longer term horizon, particularly the longer term horizon elements don't get completed. So I think you need dedicated resources, you need talent, and you need to drive it with a task force. And I think you also, when I shared the topic of Horizon 1, 2, and 3, I think you need to recognize there has to be an element of patience. You know, there's some things you can achieve, and I think, you know, I applaud all the companies involved. There's been great success so far. A lot of jobs created and a lot of skills developed, which is just, you know, I would call those Horizon 1 outcomes. But the patience for the longer term outcomes, the education, you know, the scale of things, I think there's a belief that if somebody's spending a lot of money, then surely there should be a correlation with a lot of human capital as well. And unfortunately, in the oil and gas industry, that's not the case. It's a very capital intensive, but the sophistication and technology actually has a larger reduction, or it doesn't have such a high human capital investment as well. But you still need the skill sets, and you still need what it's to make it happen. So I think I would say patience and balance.
Okay.
And I think the transparency of just the plan of how to implement.
No, thank you. Thank you, Brian. Natasha, let me switch to something you spoke recurringly about, and that's on diversification. In your assessment, would you say that the key ingredients, well, what would you say are the key ingredients from a diversification standpoint for skills development and capacity building?
So as it relates specifically to the supply chain, diversification is very key. I mean, the president earlier today spoke about Guyana's economic diversification. And so it's important that, you know, us as Guyanese and as a country, we see ourselves along a sustainable path. So we want to ensure that our economic growth is sustainable. And so this is why one of the reasons in terms of our focus at the center, it has been on supply chain, investing in the supply chain and building the skills of the private sector in all sectors. So initially we started with the oil and gas, of course, because that was needed immediately. But we have to ensure that we think long-term and sustainable. And of course, the oil and gas industry draws on several supply chains, and these supply chains are essential for economic growth. So even when we look at industries such as transportation, logistics, welding and fabrication, also needed, you know, in the manufacturing industry. And so as a center, we have focused on economic diversification, I would say, from the onset. And so this is why, as we build out our programs, we ensure that we build out its cross-functional. It goes across all economic sectors in Guyana. And we also focus not only on large businesses. So we focus on the micro enterprises. So even for, as it relates to sole traders, so the micro enterprises, the medium-sized enterprises, because these enterprises are key for any economy's sustainable economic growth. And if you focus on those enterprises and you focus on them in a broad economic sense, then it means that you will be able to build an economy that is diversified, that is sustainable, and that is competitive over the longer term.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Lars, you are hands-on on the ground. What do you see as the biggest skills gap in the current approach to developing local capabilities?
Yeah, thank you, Sterling, for that question. I think it's clear that you know, the biggest challenge that we face is it's really twofold. The first step, having, I think, largely been accomplished with building the base, and the operations base onshore has, I think, been developed quite strongly with the shore bases, service companies, and other ports and facilities that have been set up onshore. The next step, of course, being development of competent technicians to work within the industry with mechanical, electrical, electronic disciplines. That will take 2 to 3 years. We have to start now. Otherwise, we're going to look back in 5 years, and we have to start with a committed program to train probably anywhere from 500 to 1,000 technicians per year through qualified, certified programs. The next step, and I would say the biggest skills gap we have as Guyanese and taking care of the resource, is around being able to manage and make decisions and informed and the right decisions about the types of programs that will be implemented that impact ultimately the recovery factors of the reservoirs that we are accessing. And I think that's a very important challenge. And Guyana is in a unique position. And I think the fear is greater than the danger. We have a unique opportunity to grasp this challenge now and do something different compared to other jurisdictions. But look at the end game, for example, of what Norway did over 30 or 40 years and do it in 5 years.
Correct.
So we have that opportunity, but that's really the big prize for Guyana. The prize is not to rely on international operators with a few scientists in their organization, buttering up Guyanese that, hey, we're training them and that's local content. The reality is Guyana needs to own its brain trust. Guyana needs to take ownership of the asset as the resource holder. And so I think that's a key opportunity where Guyana can collaborate with companies like, some of the international consultants on putting a program together with the operators as well and international deployments at really building capacity on an accelerated timeline, addressing that big skills gap.
No, thank you. And I hope the asset you're referring to is the human asset.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Let me turn to Maria, if you will allow me, Maria. What are some ways that Guyana's energy industry can build its workforce with the long term in mind?
So I think that the only way is with the acceleration of technology adoption. And I think that it's something that we all need to work together as we see, for example, on the digital space, so we are prioritizing digital transformation as we know that this will drive more efficiency, productivity, reduction of CO2. And I think that that's where, all of us need to go. So we have a great example, in Saudi Arabia, where we were able to deploy digital technologies through the entire fleet of the drilling rigs in there. And actually it's complex. It's not easy because it's a huge change for us, accepting that and being sure that, we can do things differently. And in the industry, sometimes we are not the most open industry to do those changes, takes time and really convincing people. But I think that COVID helped us to drive that kind of changes. And we started to see that we can drive efficiency, we can be more productive, but at the same time, work a little bit better in prediction. So sometimes we work, we are drilling wells and sometimes we just need to rely on our reservoir engineers. But I think that if we give them better tools, better visibility of information, that helps us. And that's what I'm saying, that combining the deep expertise that we have in the oil field versus, the new skills that we need in terms of how do we manage data, how do we analyze data, and what is the insights of that, that skill is needed to really start to change the way that we see the industry.
Okay, no, thank you, Maria. Let me move to round two, time permitting. Is time permitting? No? Okay, so then I should wrap. So I shall wrap up now, and I'm going to ask each panel member for their closing salvo. You have 1 minute to tell this very engaged audience anything on the topic, and we'll start with Brian.
So I think I'm excited about the successes I've seen. It's been a while since I've been here, and coming in yesterday through the airport, it was fantastic to see a great brand new airport. And so really great progress. I think you need to be deliberate. You need to be focused. Celebrate your successes, because it is important to celebrate success. Often we spend 90% of our time on the 10% that's not working, and make sure it's a partnership. It's a journey together. It will evolve. It's evergreen, and adjust as you go.
Thank you. Natasha.
And from my end, it's important that we think diversification from the onset. It's important that we build businesses across all economic sectors. It's important that we utilize the resources and the revenues that we garner from the oil and gas sector to propel growth in all economic sectors. So let's think long-term, as we've done at the center, and let's continue to focus on sustainable economic growth.
Thank you, Natasha. Lars?
Yeah, thank you, Sterling. I think we're in a very exciting place. Local capacity development is going to create so many opportunities, and the local content legislation will trigger some of those as well. But I think it's going to happen also naturally because of the pace at which the industry in Guyana will demand and require resources. So there's a huge opportunity. It's very exciting where we are right now in the development phase, or the early development phase of Guyana's industry. And I really believe that we can make a difference, and a significant difference in building capacity and developing the skills of Guyana, and developing their competencies, so that we can make the right decisions, informed decisions as Guyanese about the resources. So I think there are many things we can do, Sterling, and do very quickly and very aggressively. And I think the fear is greater than the danger, and we have to be disruptive in our thinking when we look at addressing the gaps that we have in skills.
Thank you. Maria?
I think that we cannot forget our role in the world. And as we see, the energy industry is keeping the economy moving forward, running supply chain, and also, having businesses and houses safe and power. So I think that, in Guyana, the energy source is oil and gas, and I think that it's something that we have to remember. And also, in other regions will be other ways of energy, but I think that here we have the opportunity to really continue with our purpose as an industry, that is bringing energy to the world and to have better life for people. So I think that we need to be sure that we always remember how important is this industry for the world.
Thank you. And if you may allow me, I would like to suggest and continue to keep saying that there can be no national transformation unless there's serious personal transformation. Our mental models need to shift in order to get that culture change needed, so that we can absorb and understand what education and skills development really and truly means to sustainability, economic growth, economic development. Thank you for being a very engaging and attentive audience. Join me in thanking my expert panel. Be safe and have a good evening. Thank you.
Just as you go, please remember that the networking event is at the poolside, sponsored by ExxonMobil. We've come to close the play on day one. Do remember the buses. If you're staying at one of the hotels other than the Pegasus or the Marriott, look for the bus outside that's going back to your hotel, either now at 5 or at 8 after the session this evening. The buses will bring you back in the morning, 8 o'clock from most hotels, 7:30 from the Ramada. See you later. Thank you.